All right, we are live. Coach Ian Tatum here with the legend, Coach Troy Taylor.
The low man on the totem pole.
Hey, but look, hey, you might be the low man on the totem pole, but that totem pole is sitting on a high hill right now, and it's awesome what y'all are doing over there.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, so Coach Troy was gracious to come on and just chill with me and talk a little ball. Coach, him and his, the podcast and the channel, they've won over 100,000 subscribers, which is huge. If you haven't gone and watched any of his videos, he's got over 150 probably. How many you got?
At least.
Yeah, and it's all types of coaches on there just talking ball. So make sure you check those out. The playlist. Him and Coach Bald have a great podcast in the morning. Go check that out. It's very motivational, inspiring. But yeah, guys, you got any questions? Hit me up in the comments. Post who you are, where you're from, where you coach at, what position, and we'll get kind of rolling. This is going to be very loose, kind of just killing time until I go see my wife tonight. So, Coach, it was good. It was good to see you at the Carolina spring practice, though.
Yeah, man. North Carolina is legit. I know I got my Virginia Tech and Virginia guys checking up on me.
Yeah.
But, man, Mac Brown and those guys down there, they're doing a great job. And they got that quarterback.
Yeah. He is really good. I texted one of my buddies. He's not a Carolina fan at all. And I was like, dude, this dude's he's legit. Like it sucks because I'm a State fan. He's a Duke fan. Like it sucks, but he's legit. He's the real deal. Yeah, I need to go up to a UVA. Maybe it won't be happening this year, but UVA practice because my old head coach in college is the high school. I think he's the high school relations guy, or he's the special assistant to the head coach or whatever. Carroll McRae.
Yeah, he was the head coach. He was the head coach in college.
Yeah, he was the head coach at Gardner Webb.
Yeah.
So love that man. So I need to go see what he's up to. Cody Sexton says, "Sup, coach? What's going on? What's going on?" Appreciate you, Cody, joining us. Just chilling.
Is Cody going to come on? Cody, you going to come on?
If he wants to, hit me up on Twitter, and I'll send you the link, Coach.
Yeah, man, jump on.
And we'll get it talking. But Coach, what talk about LC Bird? I want to learn a little bit more about your school.
Well, it was built in 1978. The first head coach was a guy named Tom Bratton. Tom Bratton went on to be the offensive line coach at Maryland and at Northwestern. He was there at Maryland with Ralph Friedgen. He's one of the best recruiters, in Virginia. When he was working, he last year, Marshall's line coach left during the middle of the season, and Tom Bratton went, and he was an off the field guy, whatever that means. But he was at Marshall last season, but he's gone back into retirement. He was only the coach there for 1 year, and he went to Highland Springs. Mm-hmm. And they brought in another guy named Peachy. Coach Peachy was from Liberty. So the first two guys that were the head coach there, they were guys that went to college or had coached in college before. And then they brought in 1983 a guy named Glenn Schrotenboer. His name was Dutch. They call him the Dutchman. And he was from Alpena, Michigan. They had closed down the schools in Alpena, and his whole staff came down to LC Bird 1982. And they brought the Michigan Wings, they brought the I formation, and they brought the 4-3 defense with a monster. And pretty much Bird's been running that ever since. So there's only been two other head coaches since him. In 1992, Ron Paquette became the head coach, and he was the head coach all the way to 1999. And then Coach David Bedwell came in 2000. He was the head coach until, I think, 2016. And he won 3 state championships. And then I came. There was an interim head coach, Tony Nicely. Then I came. So I'm going on my 6th season there. And we're around, get the best winning percentage in the history of the Central Region. Highland Springs got 5 state championships. We got 3. We're around 79% winning percentage, I think, in the history of the school. So it's a proud program that's a blue-collar mentality and hangs his hat on pounding the ball and playing good defense.
I hear you. Yeah, obviously a lot of people know Highland Springs. I know Highland Springs and Maury out of Norfolk have some big battles in the playoffs, and I went to plenty of those games when I was living out there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's see. So this is Coach. I think it's Coach McGee. Has his name on here. He asked me a question on Twitter, so we're just gonna go through that today. How do you block slant and D linemen and odd fronts? For me, Coach, we're heavy gap scheme, right? So whatever gap they're going to slant to, okay, we let them go to that gap. So say you got a head up nose, and he's going to slant to the backside A gap. Well, that's just a down block for the center, right? It's not very hard. Okay, if he slants to the opposite A gap, well, it's a down block for the play side guard, right? So let them slant to where they want to go and just block them down. Okay, don't overthink it. In my mind, don't overthink it. Even if you're a zone team, right? You're running zone. Okay, let them slant, take them where they want to go. If they want to go play side, okay, let them go to that gap and just wash them down, and we'll cut off with the D lineman. That's how we handle it. I'm not trying to discard the question, but I don't think slanting D lineman can frustrate you with double teams and stuff. But you just get in the mentality of, hey, this is a one-on-one block. If he slants into your gap hard, right? Then the other guy that might be double teaming, climb to the linebacker. Okay, must live to fight another day. So don't be banging your head against a wall trying to block slant D lineman, and give you guys looks in practice. Practice it, you know. Make it look good in practice. See, Coach Brooks. Coach Brooks again out of Rockdale, Texas. Do you think a running back coach could serve as a DC? I'm currently a defensive guy, but I'm thinking about transitioning to the offensive side. I mean, depending on the makeup of your staff. Oh, you said OC. My bad. You said OC. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, whatever you if you can do it, do it. I mean, I think it depends. Depends on what position that you coach. It's what you know and what can you teach. Coach, what do you think?
I mean, dude, I think you should coach everything, man. Coach both sides of the ball and learn as many positions as possible. I mean, if you're going to be an offensive coordinator, the thing about me was I was a lineman. So I knew the line. I played for a great offensive line coach, one of the best offensive line coaches in the history of Virginia. And he played for Mike Jacobs at WVU, who coached what's the tackle that played for the Rams in Ohio State, Hall of Famer, Orlando Pace.
Orlando Pace.
So, like, I was getting coached in 1991 on hand blocking, zone blocking, and finishing guys and pancaking. We didn't chicken wing or nothing. So I was an O-line guy. And when I was a young coach, I wanted to be head coach. I knew the line. I knew O-line and D-line, but I didn't know the backs. I didn't know the quarterback. So my head coach at the time, Coach Bowles, who knows more about the wing tee than anybody in Virginia, he said, Troy, coach quarterbacks. So that's when I met Coach Mountjoy, and I started learning quarterbacks and the backs and the wide receivers in the passing game. So, if you're going to be a head coach, you should be able to coach on both sides of the ball. And, I mean, I see nothing wrong with coaching both sides of the ball, but you're in Texas, man. It's a different animal.
Yeah.
But, but are you the head coach? I mean, if you're the head coach, there's people – what is that the old saying about Lou Holtz? Is your head coach somebody that gives you the players, or is your head coach a guy that lets you borrow the players? Are you running his stuff, or are you running your stuff? And, you got to do what the head coach wants. So,
yeah. One thing I will say is Coach Brooks, something that it's a mentality I have. So, like, I offensive line is my deal. I've coached tight ends with the offensive line. I've coached running backs with the offensive line. One thing I have never coached is quarterbacks and wide receivers. Like, I've helped out. Like, I've ran drills with those guys. I interact with those guys, but actually going over there and being the receivers coach for a year, I've never done it. Right? I've worked with the quarterbacks, never done it for a full season. But what I will say is, and I wrote this down because I like it. So you need to know the specifications of an offense, but you don't always have to know the specializations. Meaning, I know what routes that the receivers break their routes off in each scheme, but I don't have to necessarily know every single individual drill That's what you got coaches for. Trust your coaches. Now if crap hits the fan and you got to be able to coach receivers, yeah, go coach receivers, learn it and do it. But if I'm the O-line coach and I got a great wide receivers coach, why am I over there trying to micromanage what he's doing and try to prove what I know everything about receivers? Let the man do his job, right? So you don't always have to know everything about the specialization of a position, but you better know better know the certain things within an offense. Like that you're gonna run stick, you better know that number 3 runs a 7-yard stick route, and then number 2 is running a 5-yard out. Right? You better know that stuff, but you don't have to necessarily have to be over there on the individual every single day. That's my opinion. Cody Sexton, he's responding to Coach McGee. Says take them where they want to go. Just don't let them cross your face, wash it down. Really, only one place to take them. Can't allow them to go and cross your face. So, yeah, don't overthink it, guys. So let them cross your face. Let's see, guys. Make sure you share out the stream on Twitter. Go for it. Make sure you subscribe and like the stream.
I like this a lot better, man.
What?
I like this a lot better when I'm not the head coach. I like this when I'm not in charge. This is easy, man.
Well, sorry, got some questions last night. I was asking what guys' goals were, whether they want to be head coaches and stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, and I was like, I want to be a head coach, but I want to enjoy being a coordinator for a while. I don't want those headaches that y'all have to deal with every single day.
Well, you're the head coach of the offense.
Yeah.
That's the way I am with my guys. I have an offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, and if they come to me and go, well, so-and-so ain't doing this, and I'm like, what position he play? Quarterback. Well, what's that? Is that on offense or defense? That's on offense. Okay, well, you're the offensive head coach.
Yeah.
Handle it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the offensive head coach, man. That's the way it is in college.
I don't feel like I want to eventually, but I'll have to deal with budgets, discipline.
I mean, what's a budget?
I know, but I'm saying,
but I mean, like, dude, you can handle a budget.
If you ain't got money, I'm just saying right now, I don't want to have to do that because I want to coordinate my offense, right? Or when a parent is
but
worried
keep going down your list. You don't want to do budgets. What else?
No, or dealing with the parents that little Johnny did X, Y, and Z, and now the parents coming at you. I don't mind doing that. It's just right now I want to stay in my lane, and I want to support my head guy.
You're going to have to. Yeah. You're going to have to do it as offensive coordinator. I mean,
be
proactive.
So last year, my head coach knew what my goals were, so he started exposing me to that stuff. It was no issue, but putting out all the fires for the whole team, yeah, that's for the head guy, and I'm gonna support him as best I can in that. So, it's different because a lot of these times we don't have head coaches come on and talk, and I love having you on here because you are one. So,
I mean, dude, there ain't no difference between being a head coach and being an assistant coach. It's just who's got the title. Yeah, and I mean, that's just the way I feel.
Yeah. Well, a lot of guys they talk about the head coach has to do less with X's and O's, which is true, but I mean, you're the head guy, so you're more of a CEO.
I don't know what I am, dude. I'm everything.
I
mean, I've installed offense. I mean, I'm a defensive coordinator. He might come back. He might not. I'll call the defense.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're running the same stuff that we ran since 83.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you didn't ask me about slanting because we slant every play.
Yeah. You have to. I mean, you just go so y'all are odd front or are you even front? What's up?
We're even in odd, but we're even.
Okay, so what I've told people, and I think we might have talked about this on last whenever we went to Carolina on Tuesday. If you're not going from odd to even or giving multiple looks, if you're just in a boring old even front over 3 to the tight end and you never move out of those gaps, okay, cool. That's the easiest look for my kids. They don't have to worry about the front changing. They don't have to worry about you twisting and stunting, especially in pass pro. On defense, you got to do that.
They do twist and stunt though out of 4-man. But I tell you, man, remember this.
Don't are behind.
Remember this. Good teams have tendencies.
Yeah.
Bad teams don't. So when you play a good team, They're going to line up in that same front, dude, and they're going to line up in that defense, and they're going to adjust to what you do.
Yeah.
Good teams have tendencies.
Yeah. Say, hey guys, have y'all used a Gallup technique and gap scheme? If so, what are your coaching points to keep it simple for offensive line? I have used Gallup.
I mean, what does that mean? Because I've known Coach McNally for 2 months. Still don't know what the Gallup technique is. Is that keeping one foot in front of the other?
Kinda. And it looks like you're kind of galloping. It's really on gap scheme doubles. So when you're going to a backside linebacker. So imagine, you're going to do the right guard and right tackle a double and a 3. The right guard's going to try and take the defensive tackle thick, and the tackle's just coming down and knocking the hit down, and he's climbing to the linebacker. So it's more he's going to use a flipper. He's going to come down and knock it down, and then climb. So it's different ways to do it. But you can go.
The one thing I picked up for these guys is the gap foot's back. And I played and coached offensive line for a long time, and you always step with your gap foot, but it makes a lot of sense to me if I'm gapping to my right, if I'm zoning to my right, or I'm gapping to my right. It doesn't matter to me. It's all the same thing to me. You end up with your right foot back, because if your right foot is up when you're driving the dude, you're closed off to where your responsibility is.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is taboo for some people. Trust me, because they're like, "Oh, really? You're on the right side of the line, your right foot's back. You're on the left side of the line, your left foot's back." Like
in your stance, I agree. I mean, but if some kids can't get into a left-handed or right-handed, we even it up. But like when you're actually in the drop block, when you're in the double, like I didn't think about that the gap foot's back, because if your gap foot's up, then it's turning you away from where you got to go. Your hip is what is it? Your hip is locked. What do they say? Yeah. I mean, I just learned that from the last 2 months.
Coach, what I would say about the Gallup technique, you want to say square, and you want the aiming point of whoever the post player is the hip, because that's the most vulnerable place on the defensive line is the hip, right? He's going to get locked in there and try to split the double team. He's going to throw his hip in there. Okay, we'll knock that hip down. Okay, so you can use your shoulder, you use a hand. I wouldn't put 2 hands in there, because what's that going to do? Turn your shoulders. So one hand, one arm, flipper, whatever it is, knock that hit down. Have the base player take over the block, okay, and then work to the linebacker. So
Colin, why don't you come on?
Yeah,
because this is the easiest blocking rules: go right and go left. I mean, what does it mean? You got your gap to your right. You got your gap to your left. You step to your gap. You block what's in your gap. Your shoulders are square. I mean, that's the simplest. Oh, here's the simplest. 0, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Who blocked the dude in front of you? You know, the center's got whoever he points at is 0. Block the guy in front of you, man.
We used to do
that, you're in trouble.
We used to do back in the day. It was like you had a drive block, right? So, in your drive block, if you put your arms out like this, if they're in that, you block them.
Yeah.
Like so it was a lot of one-on-one blocks, but we were running dive, ISO, stuff like that. So if they're within your frame, block them. Like, so if you have no one head up, you have no one backside. Oh, well, they're inside my frame on my right. Block him. Like that's how we did that.
You know, watching Coach McNally and all these double teams gone wrong, and defensive linemen playing the backside gap and the backer running over the top on these doubles. Dude, I don't understand why they just don't man block. Yeah. Who cares? Just block the dude, man. Like, and you won't have as many problems with these doubles because people get tied up on these double teams.
Yeah. Because kids get confused when we say block the first level first. And then we get upset. Well, you didn't come off on the linebacker. Well, shoot, because we're trying to double this 300-pound 3 technique, and we can't get no movement on him. Yeah, we're not going to come off on the linebacker. So, have y'all heard of the text-bone offense? It's married spread and triple option. You show spread formations because it's easier to know how the defense is going to line up. I mean, that's what a lot of people are doing. No offense to the text-bone offense, but a lot of guys right now are lining up in spread, and then they're just doing triple option, right? We're going to be 2 backs in the backfield split, run zone, and bring the guy around and pitch off another guy. It's triple option, or RPO game is triple option. Depends on how you deem it. right? But yeah, Coach Boone, you want to talk about some Gallup? Come on the podcast. DM me and I'll get you.
What is the Texbone offense? I mean, is it like 10 personnel, or is it like you got 2 wing backs in there and a shotgun with the running back behind the quarterback?
Brooks, come talk to us. Come talk to us.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
I've never heard of the Texbone. Is that a book? Is that a video somebody got?
I don't know.
Yeah, here it is. Texbone offense. Yeah, you can buy their videos.
Of course you can.
How many championships they won? They got a state championship here. The iBone.
Oklahoma Scoop just followed me on Twitter. Coaches in Oklahoma hit me up.
Teaching the power option. Texbone. All right, I'm on the Texbone.
Okay.
Noise. I'm just trying to get the basics, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like to me, it looks like 11 personnel. You got a wing and you got it's like a pistol, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong. Darius, you know more about it than me. Dude, I don't care what you do.
My thing is, I don't care what
does what they do, you're gonna win.
If you can teach it and your guys can understand it, that's all. I mean, you can have 2 plays in your offense. You can have 4 verts and power. You can beat some folks if your guys know how to run it. Like,
I mean, the team that makes less mistakes gonna win unless there's a huge disparity in talent.
Yeah,
I mean, if you just got, but usually the team that's got so much talent is going to make less mistakes just because they're going to impose their will on the other team and make them make mistakes. The team that makes less mistakes wins, man. The teams that are good do what they do better than the other team.
Yeah.
That's the way it is in Virginia. I'm sure it's the way it is in Texas.
Yeah. Man.
It is in North Carolina.
Yeah. Coach, what's your spring ball look like?
Who, me?
Yeah.
We don't have rules in Virginia. As far as limiting us when we can practice, as long as it's not during a dead period, which, the main dead periods are at the beginning of sports. So baseball dead periods, 2 weeks, basketball dead periods, 2 weeks. That doesn't affect us because hopefully we're in the playoffs. Football dead period, that doesn't affect us because we're in season. And then there's a dead period July 4th. And then we take breaks, Christmas break and spring break, but other than that, we're working out 3 days a week, and we've been working on football for the last month. So before we didn't do anything until we didn't work on any football until after the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. So can y'all put on equipment or no?
No, I wouldn't even want to put on equipment. I mean, if they came to us and said, "Hey, man, you can wear helmet and shoulder pads, 15 practices," I'd be like, "Well, I really don't care. Like, why even bang, man? I mean, we can do everything we need to do without equipment on. I mean, the game's changed, man."
Yeah, here we have 12 practices, and our first one is May 8th, and they regulate that. But we can go we'll go helmets just so guys can be acclimated to helmets.
So can y'all practice any other time other than that?
We can lift and we can run.
Nah, I'm not. No. So you're telling me that you would rather have 12 practices with helmets or be able to practice year round?
Oh, we can
pad.
We can lift year round, but we can't. You can't
practice with a football.
No.
So how does anybody play 7-on-7?
Everybody cheats. Everybody cheats. You have to do it in the summer.
Yeah, but everybody cheats.
Yeah, you got to do it in the summer.
Everybody's cheating. Everybody's sneaking.
Got to do a club team and all that blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, ain't nobody doing that. Tommy Knotts, he coaches in North Carolina, don't he? Or is he in South Carolina?
He's in South Carolina.
I mean, dude, everybody's cheating.
Yeah.
So why do they even regulate it? Dude, we go out and we here's our workout schedule. Skill guys in the weight room. Linemen with me working on blocking. And then we switch. Skill guys with me. I'll work on run game. I'll work on pass game.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
We
We're
can't touch.
practicing year round.
We can't touch. We can't touch each other.
Terrible rule. You're
Terrible.
hurting your kids.
Yeah.
I mean,
Trust me, we
dude,
know.
I would rather you only give me 12 practices with our team in an entire year, dude. I got my whole entire offense installed.
Well, we can get together, but we can't.
But you gotta hide. You gotta hide. We don't have to hide.
Yeah.
We're on a tennis court. Like we're on a field. We're practicing, dude.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
Mm.
Everybody's cheating, man. You're telling me that the best team in your state's not throwing the ball right now with their coaches?
100%.
Yeah, so why even front like it's people are playing by the rules? They're not.
No.
So why even have rules if you're not going to enforce them?
Like if we're doing installs, we have to do meetings in the mornings, which I have no problem with meetings in the mornings. So, but yeah, because anytime after school,
you can do installs now, like in the weight room, right?
Yeah, I can get on the whiteboard. We can talk about it. We can walk through stuff. Yeah,
yeah.
But after school, that's like when we lift or we get conditioning done. So, I have my meetings in the morning.
Build that in to y'all's.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what
the guy from Minnesota told me. I talked to him yesterday. Wade, whatever, Wyatt Bode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and he said they can't do anything. It's stupid.
It's terrible. Like I know some coaches, I don't know where, but like I know some coaches, like they can literally have helmets, shoulder pads all year round.
Oh yeah, I mean, most states they can wear helmet and shoulder pads and spring ball, but I would rather be able to do what we do without pads.
Yeah.
But that's the way it is in Virginia.
Yeah, because you gotta have a blocking shield anyway.
We can have blocking shields. We can have whatever we want. We can't practice on Sundays.
Yeah, no.
That's a rule.
See, coach says it's pistol, flex bone, power option is the main play. Very rule specific, and the blocking scheme that's good. G load, double pull power, which I'm assuming just buck sweep, power read, veer, ISO, speed option, counter. I love it.
Yeah, people around here don't run that. It's just there's a couple guys in the whole state that run the triple.
Yeah, very difficult to defend, especially with very good slot receivers. It can be played by running backs. Slot, yeah, I know. So, yeah, not really a lot of people were running like straight up flex bone like Army stuff. You have wing tee, and then you've got spread. And I put spread as a concept, meaning multiple receivers. So like air raid, run and shoot,
shotgun
stuff. Yeah. Everyone is cheating. That's why Indiana went to a contact periods of the year, no pads, especially it's become our spring ball in Indiana.
Yeah. Same in Virginia.
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys are going to play 7-on-7 in June at these colleges. We're not a 7-on-7 team, but
yeah, we have a lot of 7-on-7s scheduled. And I think it's just because we're young and we just want the kids to get out and just be out.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, we all know what football is. So, I mean, we're going to Carolina's camp because I talked to Coach Mars. He was like, yeah, y'all come into our 7-on-7 in the summer. Yes, so we'll be there. So, that's awesome. One thing I did want to talk about, what is your just trying to get I can't because I've been out of Virginia for a while. How do you structure your summer? So you go in the morning, I would assume.
Yeah, we go Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays. It's usually like 8 to 10 is how we do our lifting. But when we start practice at the end of July, so it's 3 days a week, and then we'll start going 5 days a week, and it's lifting and it's working on football every day.
Yeah, you got to.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing we do now.
Yeah. Coach Weston says if you're going year round, do you worry about burnout? I would say not really, because you're not hitting and doing full-on practices all year round. I mean, the kids are they're lifting and running like they would be doing.
Where's Coach Watson Weston coach at? Come on the show, Coach. I mean, we encourage kids to play other sports. So, I mean, we don't have all of our guys. We got a state championship track team. We got a state championship basketball team. And the guys play other sports. But if they're not playing other sports, they got to be in there 3 days a week. Mm-hmm. I mean, so they're off, Wednesday and Fridays. We don't do stuff on the weekends. I mean, then we had those dead periods. So, I mean, we take more time off now than we did before these. University of Kentucky, get him on here. Hey, coach.
I don't know if he's from the University of Kentucky, but he's from Kentucky.
Yeah, hit Coach Tatum up. We'll get you the link. Come on.
DM me, and we'll get you on here. We can talk.
I mean, I would always worry about burning out, but I ain't worried about the kids burning out. I'm worried about me burning out because kids can go, man.
Yeah,
they love it, man. They'll come up there days that we're off.
Plus, it's working out. Like these kids should be working out anyway. Like, and it ain't like you over here powerlifting and lifting heavy weight every single day. Like you probably have a regiment.
We got a CSDS coach. We got a strength coach.
Yeah. So, and y'all use Rat Coach, which is a godsend.
Yeah, I mean, I like Rat Coach.
Yeah, we had Rat Coach at North Rowan, and it was literally. I mean, anybody that doesn't know about Rat Coach, definitely give them. They're not sponsoring me, but they sponsor Coach. So go and check them out. It is so much easier. It keeps you on time. All that stuff. So who do y'all open up with, Coach?
We play James River High School. They're a good team. Good team, good coach.
Was that Midlothian?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Man, I love Virginia. Man.
It's all the same, ain't it?
Yeah.
North Carolina's got good football too, man.
Yeah, we do. I always like last night I was saying I love my local guys, and when I call local, it's Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee. Those are my local guys. I love them because I've been. Those are the only states I've seen football. Like I've actually been to a high school game.
Yeah.
So that's why I always will advocate for those guys.
Yeah, so somebody jump on here with us, man. Hit Coach Tatum up and get the link and come on the show. Hit Coach Tatum up on Twitter. He'll send you the link. It's just like Zoom. It's just like a Zoom call.
And there's no obligations. You ain't got to sit there and ain't gonna pick your brain and ask you no hard questions. We're gonna get to know you.
I don't know nothing, so I mean, you might teach me. And I mean, heck, I don't care how you do it.
That's why. Whenever like on Coach McNally stuff, I was like, if you want to talk to me, hit me up. I don't know everything, but I know people that do. So holler at me. Because the last thing I do not want to be known as some guru. I am not a guru. I hate that term. Like I hate that term for myself. Other guys are gurus, cool. But I want to be like Coach Tatum was helpful. That's all I want. Coach Tatum was helpful. But let's see. You got any more? Got any other schools you're gonna visit, Coach, or are you just kind of locking it down?
I mean, we get back to school on Monday. From spring break, and pretty much everybody's winded down. Their spring ball, so it'll be over with. And it's
because Coach McNally's also don't agree with all of it, but I found a few things that work. Hey, and that's okay. That is okay. If you found some things that work, cool. You ain't got to agree with everything he says. You don't have to agree with anything that everybody says.
Yeah, but Josh, what do you not agree with? Put it in the chat or come on the show.
Yeah.
I mean, I just was what is it that you don't agree with? Some people say they don't agree with, the brace step or the bucket step. Some people agree that they're not a double under coach. Some people say they're not a single punch, pass pro guy. They're not a lose your post foot guy.
One thing I think you cannot argue with is foot fire. Like what else? Are you gonna take some long steps? All right, you're gonna get beat, right? Like all foot fire is duck walking. That's all it is. It's fast duck walking.
They used to teach the duck walk slow.
Yeah, like I'm saying it's a fast duck walk.
Mm-hmm.
You already.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's drive to me.
Yeah.
Drive.
Yeah, it's the same coaching point. Everybody's always
driving, man.
Run your feet. It's the same thing.
The one thing that he really emphasizes, man, is those toes out. Yeah. And it makes a lot of sense. And that's Strollo too, rather than your toes straight.
Mm-hmm.
If it makes a lot of sense, if your feet are like this, it's like you're walking on snow, whereas you're walking on snow or ice, you're skating. but to really get all that foot surface in the ground.
Said brace steps probably my biggest fear. Hey.
Okay, so Josh, here's what I want you to do is go to a college and watch those guys do one-on-ones when they do Oklahoma or whatever and see if there's really anybody stepping straight ahead at a guy. And the reason he doesn't teach the lead step is because, I mean, they're the most elite league in the world. And you don't know who's going in what gap. So, yeah, you can't step straight at a guy. You know, here's the drill, Coach Tatum. Inside of hand under guy.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Coach Weston is coming on, Coach.
Okay, good. Well, Josh, I think Coach McNally is too. You know, I never was in pass protection. You know, I'm just starting to learn that like one punch stuff. I'm just pretty much grab onto the dude and hold on.
So I teach independent hands. Like I don't want to punch. I don't want to lunge at a guy because me, I go 2-hand punch. I'm lunging now on a good defensive man. He's gonna pull you down. He's gonna go by you. So keep your shoulders square, and I'm going to punch on my outside hand, keep my inside hand free. So if he goes inside, boom, I bring my inside hand, we block him. If he goes outside, punch on him, he commits outside, and then my other hand comes and we drive him by. So, you know, it's just something, you know, I teach, but whatever you do, Coach, make sure if you don't like something, make sure you have something that you do like and you can teach it. Don't just be like, well, I don't like that. All right, well, what do you like? You know, here we go, Coach Weston. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Much.
Going good.
So where are you coaching at in Kentucky, Coach?
Todd County Central High School.
Okay.
Just got there probably about 2 months ago.
Heck yeah.
Where'd you come from for that?
Say again?
Where'd you come from before that?
I was at Christian County High School. I was there for about 2 years. Coaching quarterbacks and running backs. Then before that, I was at Trigg County High School, still in Kentucky. I did that for about 2 years. For 1 year, I was the head middle school coach. I wanted to jump down and do that for 1 year before I got a chance to try to take over a high school program. You know, I think it's very important to be able to know how to run the middle school program all the way up through high school. I can only do that for 1 year. I can only do it for 1 year, man. I'm a high school guy. And,
I coached middle school ball early on in my career, and it is like herding cats. Those kids, crazy.
Listen, my experience was pretty different. I had some young bulls, you know, for me because even my quarterback was starting high school ball as an 8th grader. You know, so like, and then when I ended up going to a different school, he ended up somewhat. He had moved. His dad had moved, took the principal job and head basketball job. So I ended up going to have him again for 2 more years.
Oh wow!
At a different school. So it was pretty fun. I spent a few years in Tennessee as well. So mainly on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah.
Heck yeah. So what is your ultimate goals, Coach?
To be honest, I told myself I don't care what level it is. I want to be able to get into college ball. You know, I don't care if it's NAIA, you know, Division I, Division II. I don't care. I just want to do it. You know, and I know it's hard to break in. It's not about what you know, it's about who you know. You know, that's all it is. I was fortunate. 2 of the last 3 coaches I worked up under were college guys. One was a head football college coach down here in Kentucky at one time at Campbellsville University. And then it was funny because, you know, they tell you always do a good job where you're at. So, you know, I was at Trigg County. I was working up under him. And then he leaves. He stays there for 1 year. And he takes his job at Danville, Kentucky. So very pretty good program here in Kentucky. And a guy that comes in and takes over at Christian County High School my coach used to coach him at Campbellsville. So he was like, hey, what are some good guys, you know, in the area? So he told him about me, and that guy was coming from college too. He was the offensive coordinator there, and it just happened like doing a good job where he at. Uh, but again, you always have a backup plan, so that's why that's why to crack into. So for me, I want to be a head coach one day. You know, uh, I'm getting ready to take over my first time as an offensive coordinator. Uh, so that's why I hit you up, Coach Tatum.
Yeah.
We were talking about the O line. We was in a meeting. We were just like we bouncing, banging our heads against the wall. Like, all right, how are we going to be able to communicate the what way we want the line to slide?
Yeah.
You know, and O line isn't my forte. I've dabbled into it. So we just banging our head against the wall. And to me, I was just like, hey, let's just do it from week to week. You know, we're all professionals.
What you mean?
Basically, kind of what we came up with, and I don't know if it's going to stick because we're getting ready to go in spring ball here in about 2 weeks, probably. Um, so let's say, we get in there, they're running an even front, and we're just like, all right, hey, this week, we just want a 4-man slide, you know. But to me, that isn't. I'm like, all right. As we left the meeting, to me, I'm just like, all right, but we're 4-man sliding, but what are we calling that off of? We want a 4-man slide to the field. We want a 4-man slide to the 3-tech. Like, I didn't come out the meeting reassured like I really wanted to. So I plan on really meeting with the staff again and trying to figure out what we really want to do.
All right, here we go, man. Bill Mountjoy knows more about protection than anybody in America. He's my mentor.
Oh yeah, talk to me about some old line. Help me out.
Coach, I'm gonna go over the protections.
Yeah.
Here's how I feel about protections. I shouldn't be talking about this, but it don't matter. People can watch Coach Mountjoy. Look, dude, here's the way I feel. I don't know how this is gonna come out. Hey, Coach Tatum, can you put a comment up to us so it'll get rid of my coach Troy Taylor? There you go, brother.
Yeah.
Like, dude, what are y'all? Y'all 10 personnel?
Yeah. We
Okay, so like,
personnel.
here's the way I feel, man. Is like, and Coach McNally will tell you this too. Like, dude, I don't care which way you slide this center. Let's say you just put him to the left. Like, you got 3 guys on the left, and you got 3 guys on the right.
Okay.
So, like, he's responsible for the A gap. He's responsible for the B gap. He's responsible for the C gap. He's got 1 on the line. He's got 2 on the line. He's got blitz that comes to this side. So, like, to me, it doesn't matter which way you slide it, because if you're in 6-man protection, you're going to have 3 guys on one side and 3 guys on the other. Mm-hmm. So, like, and it doesn't matter to me. Like, I've called it where it's to the man side, like which side the running back goes to. It might be 50. So that means the running back goes to the right. 51 might mean the running back goes to the left. Rip might mean that the center goes to the right. Liz might mean the center goes to the left. I don't care how you call it. But to me, like, dude, you either got 3 guys on one side of the center or you got 2 guys. And it doesn't even matter to me, dude. Like, a lot of times offensive linemen will screw up. So there's been years we always put our center to the left in protection. And we told our running back, you got the right. You got the blitz.
Yeah.
I mean, does that make sense to you, or is that oversimplification?
No, I mean, listen, I love it simplified.
So like this would be like, in a 4-man front, let's just go to 4-2 defense. Like, he's got 1 on the line, 2 on the line. He's got blitz off these 2 guys right here if it's a 4-4 defense. Then he's going to the left. He's got the A gap. He's got the B gap. He's got the C gap. So this is the zone side. This is the man side.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go the other way, the running back's over here. Dude, I don't do this a lot. I don't talk football with people. All right. Center goes to the right. He's got A gap. He's got B gap. He's got C gap. Anybody that comes in those gaps, it's like zone block. He's got 1 on line. He's got 2 on line. So then you might say, well, coach, what do you do against the odd front? We call fan. We like to fan it. Because we don't see any 3-man lines, man. We see 5-man lines. So we fan it. And then the back's got these 2 guys. If both of them come, then we're screwed. The quarterback better get rid of it quick.
Yeah.
But no, we don't have a lot of people that bring 7 people. But we're not really a big passing team. But I mean, I don't ever say 4-man slide. This is the way I don't think of it. I think of it as a 3-man slide. Well, how do you feel, Coach?
Well, what I do, I told Coach this because we're going to be a big quick game team, right, in the passing game. So the ball's going to get out, 1-2, gone. So we'll full slide it. Everybody's got your gap play side.
Yeah,
In
we
the
do that too.
In the running back or an H-back, somebody's going to have the backside gap.
Mhm.
And a lot of people are like, oh, I don't like full slide because the running back's on the DN. Yeah, he is, but he's not having to block for 8 minutes. Like, it's go fit up on the guy and the ball's gone. So I told Coach we'll make a whatever you want to call it, right
or
left
left
call. So I've done it in the play call. You could, like I told Coach this just an example, like trips right, Ricky stick right. So trips right, run stick to the right. I'm telling Ricky because I want the quarterback to work the concept side, or if it's a 2x2, we'll call it dubs right, and we'll go stick 3-man stick with the running back out. Okay, we'll have to do 5-man protection, but tell the guys where to throw the ball, or we've had the running back come in and he'll do the full man slide. He'll tell guys, Ricky, Lucy, left or right, right. We'll full slide or half slide, left and right. So, that's what I prefer full man slide because I tell my guys is the easiest protection in the world. It's the easiest thing you ever do. You slide to your play side gap. Something comes to it, block it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
To me, this is all it is, dude.
Yeah.
You have half slide, full slide. You have fan, which the center's going to block the nose, and then the right guard's going to have the second rusher to the right, and the tackle's going to have the second rusher to the right, and then the left side of the line is the center's going to have the nose, and then the left guard's going to have the second rusher to the left.
Some people call it big on big.
Yeah, big on big. And then I have sprint.
Yeah.
Which is like my outside zone. And then I have boot, which is like the same exact thing. It's like if I'm going to boot to the right, everybody goes left.
Yes. Yeah, the line goes opposite of the boot. Where on sprint, the line's going with the quarterback. Coach, we got Coach Boone want to come join the
Go ahead, bring him on.
What's up, Coach Boone?
Hey guys, y'all doing good today?
Good. Appreciate you coming on and talking.
Sure.
It's talking about a little protection.
You got any more questions about protection?
No, not right now. Hey, listen, I'm be hitting you guys up here in a few as we get closer.
Yes. Holla at me. I love sprint out protection, but some guys, we had a question last night. Some guys were like, I forget how he phrased it, but he want to know if we build a wall backside. When we do, the center, guard, and tackle on the backside of sprint out will build a wall. So you reach your place that gap, no one's there, you'll start fall back, right? And you're just protecting the backside for the quarterback. And the front side is just reaching their place that gap.
Got you.
Yeah, so I love sprint out. And then boot for us, honestly, boot is just elephants on parade, right? If we're going to boot to the right, the whole line's turn and run to the left, right?
Yeah.
Trying to get as many guys to go with us as we can. Some guys don't like it because the quarterback's naked. He might get popped in the mouth, but you got to have answers. You got to have a tight end.
Calling it.
You should have a tight end kind of across the face of the defensive end, or you know that end is squeezing hard, right? That's what you call it. But yeah, hey, love questions, man. Like I said, I don't know everything, but we can figure it out.
Okay, so what y'all do in the run game?
Inside zone, outside zone. Well, they call. We got into an argument over this. What they call power is long trap.
That's fine.
Here's
what I believe, and this is Russ Grimm. Dude, there's only 3 blocking schemes in football. I'm glad my face ain't on here. Man, all right, zone and gap.
Yep.
And to me, man, this is just the way I think of football. Man, we have our ISO play.
Okay.
You could block it like inside zone. That's fine. The center's going to go to the play side, inside backer, but so is the fullback. So we have our ISO. We have our trap.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We have our zone plays, inside and outside. Then we have our gap plays. So to us, Gap and zone to me is the same. Zone is you're zoning to the play side. Gap, you're gapping, away from the number. So if it's 6 power, we're going left. We go left or go right. So inside zone right, we go right. Power right, we go left. So we have power and counter. I mean, that's how I think of football, man. I mean, it's just like ISO trap, inside zone, outside, power gap. Now, do we bring all those into a game? No. But, I mean, that's the way I kind of think of football.
Hey, man, Coach, come on, got a buck sweep on there.
Well, I mean, I don't my counter is my buck sweep. I don't like buck sweep because I used to be a wing T coach. I don't like buck sweep unless I got a tight end in a wing.
Oh yeah,
that can block down.
You got to.
I mean, what was it? Malzahn, he likes pulling both guards. I mean, the school that I'm at now, they ran their counter was a buck sweep. They'd pull both guards. First guy kick, second guy wrap.
Yeah.
But we just don't do that. We don't practice it. Our counter would be like our buck sweep.
Yeah. So I like to, and this is an argument you can get in with O-line coaches, but buck sweep versus pin and pull. To me, pin and pull, anybody can pull.
Yeah.
Buck sweep, the guard's gonna pull. Both of them are both gonna pull. But I mean, it is what it is.
What are y'all running?
What are we running?
Yeah.
ISO, power, counter, and sweep. Like we're gonna keep it simple. And we'll have a little. Coach wants to do a little dart because he wants to have a 10 personnel run, but it's at the end of our runs. Like it's not gonna be called that often. But yeah, power, counter, ISO.
So what's dart mean to you? Tackle is wrapping into the hole, or guard is wrapping in the hole?
Tackle is wrapping into the hole.
Okay.
Yeah, and then so we'll do it at the 10 personnel run, so we'll read the backside in. But if you didn't want to, you can have an H back, block back, where the tackle was leaving. But yeah, that's
so dart is almost like ISO. Dart is kind of like y'all's ISO. The tackle's wrapping for the play side backer.
Yeah, he's gonna insert depending on the front. If it's an over, if you're running dart right and the 3 techniques on the right side, you'll enter into the A gap. If it's an underfront, you have a 1 technique to the right, he'll enter into the B gap. So you just got to communicate the front, or you just got to be smart enough to skip, pull around, and stay square to see where the hole is.
Yeah,
I love it. Let's see, Coach Boone, what's going on? So, you want to come on and just talk? What's up?
Yeah, guys, I was just going to ask you a few things. So I just took the head job at my alma mater. And
congratulations,
Academy in Grenada, Mississippi. I appreciate it. And I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible up front because we're going to probably have a roster. It's a small school, guys. It's it's tiny, but we're probably going to have 25, 30 on the roster. And so those same cats that are playing O-line are going to also have to play on defense as well. And I like how y'all are harping on the gap scheme stuff because that's where we're going to live. We're going to live with power and counter. And bug sweep, and guys, just I like being able to talk with guys like y'all who are experienced and you've done it for a while, and that way, I like being able to go from those gap schemes and saying, hey, your rules are the same. They're not fluctuating. And so I was just going to ask you guys, with a smaller roster, probably smaller offensive linemen, we're probably going to be anywhere from about 185 pounds to if we're lucky 225 pounds. And so that's why I was kind of asking about Gallup and a few more things to give those guys an advantage, especially being undersized.
Yeah, so Coach, what I'll say is I'm coming from a 1A school. Okay, I'm just moving up to a 2A school, so it ain't like it's a big jump, but coming from a 1A, we got maybe 25 kids on the roster, right? So I might have 6 linemen that can play. So I understand some pain. But yeah, we ran counter and power till the cows came home. And my favorite thing to say is the same as, right? So gap scheme is the same as gap scheme. So what I do is front side of gap scheme, you're blocking down, right? That's your rule. You're gap down backer, okay? And the backside guard on gap scheme will always pull. Simple rules. You just need to know whether it's power or it's counter. So obviously power, you're going to skip pull. Counter, you're going to trap pull. Okay? Backside tackle on power's got to pick and hinge. backside tackle on counter is going to skip pull unless you're going, GH counter. But like I said, simple rules. Gap down backer. You always know what you're doing on backside. But we'll get into some tags that made it a little easier for our guys. But we're like, hey, whatever the backfield is doing, don't worry about it because it's the same as for you, right? Same as power, same as counter. And what I'll say is for smaller linemen, I love being able to pull those guys because they're not as strong. Well, what are they usually?
Get out and run a little bit.
They can run a little bit, okay, or they're a little more athletic. Cool. So pull them. Kids love to pull too, so they'll buy into it. So we'll even if you want to run, like you say, you run buck sweep, pin and pull. Anybody can pull, right? If you have it down, take it down. Okay. If not, you're pulling. And we've pulled 3 guys on play before. Kids love it. Yeah, like I was saying with gap scheme, with gallop technique, especially with smaller guys, yeah, you're going to need to knock that hip down. Okay, so stay square. Probably use a flipper because you're probably not as strong. I don't know your kids, but probably not as strong. Like my guys weren't strong at all. So use your advantage. Use your shoulder instead of using your hand. Use your shoulder, stepping down hard, boom, knock that hip down. Then you keep climbing. The biggest thing on gallop technique is the guard or the base player. So, the guy that's got to take the D lineman thick, he's got to be able to take that block over.
Right.
Okay, that's the biggest coaching point that I would do. So working on getting your hips around, working on taking over the block, sealing the block down, is big. Let's see, Coach Meyer, which is at Mississippi Delta Community College, says you're at Grenada.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, Grenada. So how far is that from Moorhead, Mississippi?
So Moorhead's going to be about 45 minutes to an hour west of Grenada.
Okay.
So if you look at Grenada, Grenada's going to be, so if you're looking at Memphis, Tennessee, and Jackson, Mississippi, it's where you stop to go use the restroom. It's the crappie capital of the world. But anyway, long story short, it's kind of right in between Memphis and Jackson.
Okay. My best friend works in Memphis. Well, he lives in South Haven.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah.
So I'm living currently in Hernando, Mississippi, which is about 10 minutes from South Haven.
Okay.
And that's a hop, skip, and a jog. That's not far at all.
Hey, well, next time I'm in South Haven, I'll hit you up, Coach.
Give me a shout.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, we can get on the board, we can draw up stuff. But yeah, especially you got. Are you a 1A school in Mississippi or?
Yeah, it's a small private, so they'll play.
Okay.
Well, we're technically 3A, which is going to be the smallest classification of 11-man football.
Okay. I hear you.
So it'll be a lot of fun. So another question I've got, I know we've been talking offense on the pod, but man, what are y'all? I mean, as an offensive line coach, if you're looking at putting a defense together, I mean, I know just in my short time that a 3-3 stack is tough. It kind of jacks up your rules just a little bit. So I'm kind of going back and forth between a 3-3 stack and a 3-4. You know, especially with smaller bodies, getting more skill on the field probably, and resting those O linemen.
So, let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Like, do you watch pro football?
Yes, sir.
How many teams you see running a 3-man line?
Not a whole lot. No.
Yeah, and that's the greatest passing league of all time. So if you're going to line up in a 3-down in high school, you better be bringing 4 and 5 every single time, dude, or you're wasting your time because Aaron Rodgers is getting a 4 and a 5-man rush every time. So I used to be a 3-5-3 guy, and I think it's fine, but you better be ready to bring 4 and 5 every time.
Yeah,
sure. I mean, don't line up into a 3-man line, man, because these teams can't throw the ball. I mean, if they don't play a 3-man line in the Super Bowl, then I don't know how high school teams get away with it, man.
Well, what I'll say is, Coach, one thing that's hard, I would say 3-4, and the reason I say that is one because of the angles, right? You're playing a head up instead of giving a guy an easy down block. You can go either way, but like Coach is saying, you got to be able to bring one of those outside backers either every play or you're going to drop a guy and bring a middle guy. So, but keep it so guys don't know who's coming. Right. So be multiple with it. But I understand you ain't got many linemen. You might have to go 3 front, but you might need to bring one of your linebackers every play.
Right. That's why
Dude, put athletes on the field, man. Put guys that can run and just slant people, man. Don't worry about if a guy's big. Big is overrated, man, in high school.
Yeah.
Just be animals that run to the football, dude.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, guys, speaking of which, when my time here at Hernando High, I don't know if y'all ever heard of Tupelo, Mississippi, and South Scola High School, which is they're big time schools. We beat them for the first time in school history 2 years ago, and it wasn't because of us, and we were smart as our kids. They, but we were able to line up 4-0-4, running the 3-4, and slanting like crazy with dudes at about 185 pounds, and as long as they know and teaching those cats, hey, when that guard runs and he takes off, get in that hip pocket and go, and I just want to be as simple as possible and let those cats rock and roll.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, here's what I want to say, man. And I got Jim McNally FaceTiming me. I'm gonna bring him on here. Dude, coach what you know. Like, if you know the 3-4, coach that. If you know the 4-3, coach that. If you know the 4-4, coach that. Coach what you know. Because if you don't know it, you can't coach it. All right, hold on. This coach. Hey, coach.
I think I created a shitstorm.
You think so, coach? Coach, I got some young coaches that follow you, coach. Got guy from Kentucky, guy from Mississippi on here, and a guy from North Carolina, coach.
Well, you got some big timers on there now.
Big timers, coach. They this is Coach Tatum's podcast, though, coach. I got the Mission Viejo offensive line coach. You ever heard of Mission Viejo?
I have.
Yeah, I
have
heard.
heard.
Hey, coaches, do y'all know Coach Jim McNally?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Do y'all follow him on Twitter?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Are
sir.
y'all some of the people that are complaining about Coach McNally
Negative.
busting people's chops?
Nope.
Coach McNally, am I free of getting my chops busted?
Yeah, I'm not busting your chops.
Yeah, you bust my chops. You bust the Miami offensive line coach's chops. Tell him what you said about the Miami offensive line coach. Coach, he ain't supposed to not be sending you no film.
I tell you, don't send me any film if I don't know what the fucking technique is, for Christ's sakes. But
you want it labeled with voiceovers, coach, right?
absolutely, because I don't know what it is. But the point I'm saying is, I'm almost 8 years old. Okay, I've got 60 years of experience. It wasn't always on a winning team. I went to 4 Super Bowls, lost them all. But the point is, I have a lot of knowledge, some good, some bad. So it kind of tires me out when a young green coach asks me a fundamental question like he's a fucking junior high coach. And I politely answer him, okay? But that tires me out. So I said, okay, let's make a deal. If you guys are up to speed and know enough about football, follow me. If you don't...
Well, Coach Ian Tatum, coach, you need to put Coach Ian Tatum's. Coach Ian Tatum said he will handle the questions.
Now, let me ask you this. You never let me fucking finish. So I said, let's do a deal. Don't follow me. Then I don't have to answer junior high questions. I'm not a big shot. I'm not an important guy. But it's like when you go coach the 7th graders, which I've done a lot of at camps, etc. I'm tired of that. So the guys that are confused because they just don't get it, don't follow me. That's all I said. I said, please. And then a couple of guys said, oh, he's got, a crying baby shit or some fucking thing. And
Coach, somebody called you a crying baby, B-I-T-C-H.
Is that? Well, whatever the hell it was, but what I'm saying, I was politely rude, but they were nastily rude. So that was that. I don't know anymore. And you ought to go back and make it the people that you're talking to, make it their show. Every time I call you, you're on a podcast. You now pontificate me. I'm just another guy. You got guys on there that you should be talking
Coach.
with and asking. And
yeah, but Coach, this ain't my podcast. This is Coach Ian Tatum's podcast.
Well, why does he have you on it?
That's a good question, Coach. That's why do you have me on it, Ian Tatum?
Because you're the man, and I appreciate you, and you've done a lot for me. So I need your opinion on things.
These guys were asking about protections, Coach. If the center goes right, then the back's got to go to the left, right, Coach?
Well, the back can line up wherever he wants to, but generally the back goes away from the center unless the quarterback redirects him because he sees more guys coming to the same side that the center's coming.
That's Coach McNally. That's why you are on Twitter, is to provide that information.
Well, that's common sense. That's common sense.
If
the center's going to the right because the quarterback called the protection to the right. Let's say Mike's to the right or whatever, and they got a safety drop down to that side too. So fuck the back going the other way. Now he may peek at his pickup, but he's going to redirect. He's going to go coast to coast.
Yeah. So if you had to pick full slide or half slide, which one would you pick?
Full slide sucks because you're just covering a gap, and nobody ever stays in their gap. I used to have more sacks with just gap protection than where you're sliding or gapping for particular people. You know what I mean?
Keep your hands on your wheel, Coach. I don't want you getting no accident.
Yeah, well, the other thing is the fucking tackle has to be responsible for a corner blitz sometime. So he's got to make that decision. Does he covering the C gap, or can he just keep his eyes on his man? So what I'm saying is that full slide or gap protection has created more problems for me because let's say a guy works to the B gap and the guard blocks him, but then he jumps over the guard and goes to the A gap, and then the center's already got a guy in the A gap. Nobody blocks anybody. That gap protection sucks.
Do you remember?
I hate it.
Do you remember the field goal gap protection in the pass protection where the two backs would block the guys on the end man of the line of scrimmage and everybody would gap down? Do you remember that?
I remember that, but we called that gator protection because we got it from Florida, and that's where they would step up and hinge, and everybody protect their inside gap, but they turned their whole body, and it was more of a sprint, a half sprint protection back in the day. We called it gator protection.
Have y'all got any questions for Coach while we got him on here? You better ask now, man. He won't cuss you out too bad. I mean, Coach, how are you feeling today, Coach?
I'm tired because I just spent fucking 5 hours with a bunch of that same bullshit, fucking 8th graders, 9th graders, 10th graders. I had a couple of high school kids that were pretty good, but, you know, I mean, somebody wanted me to work with, like, I had 24 kids, and I've been working with them since 10 o'clock, and I just ended, and it's 3 o'clock.
Did they get any better?
5 hours.
Did they get any better, Coach?
Well, the ones that were better got better. The ones that didn't know shit, they didn't get any better because they wouldn't know how to even explain it to their coach what I did, and the coach probably wouldn't even let them do what I taught them to do.
All right, tell him he needs to get all the way what? Oh, there's a coach on here saying that you need to go all the way up on your pull-ups, Coach.
I do go fucking as high as I can when I drop all the way down. Now, when I do the close grip one, I can go all the fucking way up. I'll bet you those coaches listening to me now, they probably can't do 2 wide grips all the way up and all the way down and hold it for 2 seconds and pull all their dead weight up. I don't give a fuck if they're NFL players, fucking milers, half milers, whatever.
Yeah.
So they might be 160 pounds and be able to do it, but the average man weighing over 200 pounds can't even do one.
Coach, you're the best. I'll hit you up later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Hey, that's why he's here. I mean, I'm sorry, Coach Tatum.
You good?
It isn't every day you get FaceTime by Jim McNally.
That's true.
What did y'all think about that? How was that experience?
Pretty good, man. That was great.
I mean, I've met him, so I mean, but I love his energy and how much crap he talks at 80 years old. I mean, he is spry and he is living life.
He told me that he used to be a wild man.
I believe
Paul Brown
it.
told him. Paul Brown said he had to stop drinking, and that was like 1980. Yeah, Paul Brown said he needed to calm down, so he calmed down. Man, dude, can y'all believe you're talking? You two young guys at the bottom of the screen, did y'all even know who Jim McNally was before a couple weeks ago?
No, I didn't. I'll be honest.
I'd heard of him, and then whenever he got on Twitter, I was like, "Is that really who that is?" And then when he started tweeting in all caps, it was a lot of fun to watch.
He got so upset the other night, he was going to get off Twitter. And the next morning he's tweeting, "Coach Tatum, is he the reason you became a coach?"
He's not the reason I became a coach, but he's the reason why he inspired me.
Wow.
I'll say that. Like I told you that story at that Glacier when he was blocking that chair. I was like, yeah, I'm doing what I need to be doing. I love it.
Have you ever heard of Noel Mazzone?
Yeah, Mazzone.
Yeah.
Who is he?
He coached. I think he was offensive coordinator at the University of Arizona for a while. He's one of these guys got his own offense, like the end zone offense. Yeah, he's pretty big time coach. Coach.
Yeah, he's sending me a message on Twitter.
Yeah, you want to get him on?
I got to get him on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows his stuff.
So are y'all subscribed to Coach Ian Tatum's YouTube?
Yeah.
Are y'all subscribed to the Championship Football Coaches Clinic Totem Pole Sports YouTube?
I don't think I am.
Not yet.
Wow. Make sure you do that, guys. Big time. Because
we're low time. We're the low man on the totem pole.
No, you can learn a lot. Trust me. Because
you can learn what not to do.
Ain't nothing. It's just clinics like this. You go in there and you can. I mean, he's got some great coaches on there.
We're actually talking football in here. A lot of times we just talk and BS. Yeah. This is actually. I don't even know if I want this out there that I was on here. People seeing what I do. I'm paranoid.
Well, guys, I appreciate y'all having me on. I'm about to hop off. Y'all take care.
Yeah, hit me up. If you have any questions, you want, just talk ball or whatever, Coach. I'm down.
Sure thing. Appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir.
So you're the offensive coordinator.
Yes, sir.
So who the head coach? He calls the defense.
Not anymore. So he's a defensive guy. So coming in, he was going to call the offense this upcoming year. And he wanted to give it over to me.
Has he coached with you before?
No, we didn't know.
So are you doing what he does, or are you doing what you do?
I'm doing what he does.
What's he do?
He's spread guy, but more like the power spread. He wants to be in a lot of 20 personnel, 11 personnel. But pass game wise is where I'm going to come over and take over a lot of that part. So that's kind of where we're just kind of like mixing philosophies like that. So, but he wanted me to keep their language the same, and that was a big thing on hiring me. You get a lot of guys who don't want to coach in somebody else's language, because it's hard to coach, and I get it, because you got to think like we don't want kids thinking. We don't want to think we're on the sideline trying to call something. So I agreed. I stick with the same language and things like that because it wasn't hard. So
Yeah, my situation, I'm coming in and I'm calling the offense that my head coach wants me to do, and it's a little different, but I've picked it up. I mean, ball is ball. I mean, it makes sense. It ain't like it's out in left field and don't make no sense. Like it's a
yeah,
great,
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
great offense, and
Mhm.
so I'm calling what he wants. But I mean, it's like I said, we're gonna run power. Shoot, like
You're gonna run power.
yeah, we're gonna run power. Hey,
You're
coach,
gonna
we're
run
gonna run.
power pass.
We do have power pass. We
Yeah, that's
do.
good, man. That's a great play.
Coach, I just looked it up. Coach Nolan Mazzoni, he's the offensive coordinator for the New Orleans Breakers in the USFL. So
They
yeah,
haven't started playing yet.
I don't think so. XFL is playing, but I don't think USFL is.
Yeah, he hit me up.
Yeah, it's big time.
I texted myself.
Which
Is this your first year? Coach Tatum has been the offensive coordinator.
this will be my first official year calling plays.
Okay.
I had the OC title for the last 2 years, but I did all the organization. I did all the practice plans, scripting,
Now,
everything.
not
I did everything an OC does except for call plays.
not what your head coach wants to do, but what is your philosophy offensively?
Okay, I'll
Your
pull it
personal
up
philosophy.
because I write down everything, Coach. I write down everything, so I'll pull it up for you. And not that I can't pull it off the top of my head. It's perfectly crafted. Um, in
I
this,
couldn't pull up a PowerPoint.
um,
I don't write nothing down, dude.
I try to.
I got the play, but never mind. I'm sorry. I use the playbook app. What is
Yeah.
it called? The game day first down.
First down.
First down playbook app.
So
Save
for me,
$200.
yeah. So
Save
for me,
25%. I got a 25% coupon coming for you guys, man.
oh yeah, okay,
Okay. All right.
heck yeah. So for me, I want to run the football. Like that's 100%. I want to run the football first. I want to control the line of scrimmage. I want to use tempo to control the game, dictate what the defense does. But I want to throw it around, and be able to take advantage of guys that try to stack the box on me. Man, that's huge for me. I want to get creative within reason. I put that on there because sometimes I believe guys can get too creative,
Mm-hmm.
and they try to do too much, and the kids can't handle it. So,
Yeah.
but I want to get creative within reason with how I present our offense to the defense, using motion, misdirection, tempo, snap count, check with me, and unbalanced formations, as well as 5+ linemen. So I want to give the defense a whole bunch to prepare for, but it's easy and simple for my guys to do. Um, and that's up to you as the offensive coordinator to figure out how to make that happen.
Yeah.
And I think we have a good system on how we do that. Um, I feel bad for Atkins High School in Winston Salem because they gonna get everything on game one. Um, but the caveat only if your kids can do it because sometimes they can't. But I'm gonna use variations to become multiple. Like I was telling Coach, using the term same as, because I'm gonna run power. I'm gonna run power read. I'm gonna run power toss read. I'm gonna run counter. I'm gonna run GT counter, GH counter. I'm gonna run GT counter bash, GT counter toss bash. I'm gonna give it to you 100 different ways, but same as for my guys up front.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing changed. They still running GT counter. They still gonna run power, but I'm gonna give it to you 100 different ways, and you get those reps with the skill in their individual, like in a tracks period with the quarterback and the running back, working on your different meshes and stuff like that. Which everything builds together. And then one of my biggest things is play against the high school kids. Don't play against the defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I don't care what the defensive coordinator, what his background was. If he was he was a disciple of Buddy Ryan, I care less. He ain't playing. I'm playing against a high school kid that's 17 years old, and his girlfriend just broke up with him. He got a geometry test on Monday. I'm playing against him. Find out who the weakest link is, because it's high school. Everybody's got one. Find out who they're trying to hide, and attack him all night long until they take him out of the game. Then attack his backup, because he ain't no good either.
Mm-hmm.
So play against the high school kids. That's a little bit of my philosophy, but I'm gonna run it till you make me throw it. And when you make me throw it, I'm just gonna take advantage of what you took away. Like what part of your defense did you take away to stop my run? And I'm gonna attack that. you give up the alley, bring a guy down in the box, or I'm gonna run slants behind you. I'm gonna throw hitches. If you're starting to press because you coming downhill to press me because I'm throwing hitches, or now I'm throwing fades. Like, so take advantage of what the defense does to take it to try to make you play left-handed. Well, I tell guys, you can't make me play left-handed because I'm ambidextrous. I'm gonna do whatever I need to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's a little bit my philosophy as an OC because I'm gonna run the ball first. What about you, Cuz? What do you believe in?
Man, I took some of that. I've always been an air raid guy.
Okay.
Man, that's just been me. And over the years, watching a lot of guys who I watch, Lincoln Riley, Dustin Malzahn, Chip Kelly. They love to run the ball at the same time.
Yeah.
So like me, like I want to spread you out 3.3 length of width of field. I want to make you defend it all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then if I get once I get you out of there, my goal is I want you to run the ball. Run the ball. Once you start packing guys in, now we get to throw the ball. All right, taking what the defense gives us. And I know that's cliche, but in high school, taking what defense gives you, like it's gonna be there.
Yeah.
If you run the ball pretty good, they're gonna pack it in, and then we're gonna start throwing it over your head. We're gonna be very simple. Very simple. We're not gonna have a lot of plays. We'll have very few plays. We're gonna have a whole lot of window dressing on it. It's gonna look very, very crazy to the defense, but simple for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
We're still running everything with all these motions. We're still running our 4 or 5 runs. And that's just what we're gonna do.
Yeah. What are you, Coach? Are you planning on coming to my clinic next week?
Where's your clinic at? I wouldn't know because
it's virtual.
Okay.
It's right there in your room, right there.
All right here.
Okay. So I'll send you. DM me and let me know that you need a link. I'll send you so you can get signed up, all that stuff. But one session that you need to come and listen to, Coach Garrett Wingate. He's the offensive coordinator at Northern Nash High School, North Carolina.
Yes. So I've been on his stuff.
Yes,
I've been on his stuff. Powerade guy.
The Powerade, Coach Taylor. Yeah. He calls it the Powerade. It's straight up what Lincoln Riley does. It is gap scheme run game and it is air raid passing game.
Yes.
And they went to the state championship. They lost the state championship, but he was there for one. He got there last year, installed it in the summer, and they went to the state championship.
Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff. So
that and I think I seen him. He was talking on. He did some little live probably about 2 weeks ago. I got off Facebook or something like that. I got in the very end of it, but yeah, if he's gonna be it, man, I definitely want to tune in.
Yeah, he agreed to come on, and I love what he's doing. He's a very humble man too. I love it.
He did some. He'll probably talk about it because I only caught the tail end of it. He did some tricky stuff with how he blocks counter.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was like telling that tackle like he was giving him like 3 ways. Like he would even vertical set the tackle as he was blocking the DN on counter.
Yeah.
I had never seen that before. It's the first time I'd seen that.
That's what Lincoln Riley does. Riley does that. Yeah.
So I was just like, okay, all right, let me
trap him
again. I want to hear. Say again.
Yeah, so those verticals at the tackle to get the end to rush up field, and then they'll come out and trap him. Yeah, with the backside guard.
So does the tackle, does he have block responsibility after he kicks? Is he going down or is he just kicking?
Yeah.
So he's kicking, then he's going down, or he's just kicking?
You do either way, but I've seen Lincoln Riley. They'll do it. He'll set and then he'll go and get back to what he's supposed to be doing.
Okay, that's smart. I mean, because once you kick, they start running.
And it was kind of based on how that guy was lined up.
Mm-hmm.
So it was in the toolbox. It wasn't like, okay, every time you go on a vertical set.
Pull his film up, man. Can you go to his huddle? Pull his running back.
I don't know where to get it.
Coach has got it. Pull up his huddle.
I'll see if I can find some highlights.
Go to his huddle and pull up his running backs and his quarterbacks highlights. Then we can watch his whole offense.
Yeah. Guys, keep posting some stuff. Guys, you want to come on and talk? Come on. We just made a connection with Coach Weston and then Coach Boone. We just made a connection right there. So come on, you can be a part of that. Let's see.
Now look at most views.
Yep.
Whoever his running back is, we see his run game.
How do I join, Coach? You should have me on. Do you have me on Twitter? If not, I'll put it right here. It's at Coach Tatum 90, and I'll get you on.
Dude, I got food poisoning last night, man.
How are you here right now?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to run to the toilet here in a second.
I hear you. Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, man. I think it was something from Wendy's, man.
Oof, that's rough. All right, so it's junior season.
I put click on Coach Tatum 90 so you can see, so Yoder can see it. But he should be all right. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
There you go. Just let it go. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is running back.
Good gosh. Yeah, that's what we look for. This is our offense. This is what we do. Boom, boom. Rewind. Can you run that back?
Yeah.
Yeah, just press the left arrow. Yeah, there you go. Boom. That was ISO. They cross blocked.
The tackle just inserted. So now we're in 10 personnel, trips look. Trap.
Guard trap. That was fast.
Mm-hmm.
This kid's good. Did he crib the last one too?
Yeah. No, I think he got down to like the 5. But shoot.
Let's see if he cribs this.
There we go. Coach Yoder. All right, let me send this.
This kid's coming back?
No, he's a senior.
Was it outside zone? Hit the left arrow key. Who pulled on that? Was it the center?
Yep, center pulled. Yep.
I love it. What's the name of this team?
Northern Nash in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Let me stop sharing that real quick, and then let me invite Coach on here real quick. Yeah, guy's name is Garrett Wingate. Coach.
You ever done this before, man? You ever looked at other teams' huddle highlights to study them?
I know you. I'll say. Sorry, go ahead, Coach. Look,
I'm just wondering.
I definitely have.
Yeah,
I'm feeling
it's the best way to watch a team, man.
When I can't get film, shoot.
That's it. Boom.
Kids are gonna tell them what they're doing. All right, Coach Yoder just got the invite.
It's what we do. We run that same exact stuff, man. Formation from the guns, what I call it.
I'll tell you one of the things I did this past year, last 2 years, because everybody does the NFHS stuff. Mm-hmm. So I got an account. Look, the film wasn't really good. They sent to us. I just get on there and just watch the whole game.
Yeah,
I'm there.
Yeah, I've done that. Here we go, Coach Yoder.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Coach?
Hey, you guys are awesome.
Hey, just trying to help people get better and just talk a little ball on a rainy Saturday.
Where do you coach?
Indiana, Brownsburg, Indiana, on the west side of Indianapolis.
Don't give me a geometry test, man. I won't be able to point out Indiana.
Geometry, Coach. That's math.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where Indiana is. I've been there. We played Butler, Indiana, when I was in college.
There you go. So
I had food poisoning.
I'm about an hour and a half from Evansville, Indiana.
Yeah. Amityville?
No, Evansville, Indiana.
Oh,
about an hour and a half from there.
So.
Yeah, put that film up.
You want to pull it back up? Hold on.
Heck yeah, man! I want to keep watching that guy's offense, dude. I love this tailback, dude. Where did he go?
I don't know. How many pulls him back? There's some little GT right there.
Right there. Here we go. I love what they do. Here we go. Let's go. Boom.
What's GH?
Boom. Counter.
You're on outside. Cut it right back in the middle. This kid's vision's really good. It might be a hold bringing it back. But who cares? GH
Boom.
Again.
I love it. Like Colin Kaepernick, dude, off the midline. All right, here we go. Rewind that. That was backside guard and tackle.
Yeah, it was.
How they account for that backside end? He reading them? That right tackle's tall. Yeah, the kid's not. He backside end ain't doing nothing.
No. You need to buy a ticket.
There you go. There's your run. There's your one back run. Your 10 personnel run.
Yep.
Hit that back. That's the H counter. No, that's guard and tackle. That's 10 personnel. Boom. Wow, they blocked out. They wrapped both of them.
Surprised the D end isn't crashing in on that.
I think he blocked out. I think the tackle blocked out.
I think because what I'm big on is making that defensive end wrong all the time.
Run it back. I think they blocked out like it was ISO, you know, and they wrapped the two pullers in through there.
Yeah, they did. I like that wrinkle.
It's like a 2-for-1.
Hey, coach is gonna be on the clinic, so hopefully he gonna give us some gems. GT right there.
Ooh, that running back so good.
Yep.
Hey, Coach Tatum, there's a little bit of an echo. So when I'm talking to you, I can hear myself like 3 seconds later. I was trying to have a conversation. It was like echoing, and I couldn't tell where I was at in the conversation. Sorry.
Okay. Let's see. Do you still hear yourself, Coach?
Yeah.
Hold on. Try leaving and then try to come back in.
Okay.
All right.
I know what it was.
What's up?
I had another tab open.
Ah.
Yeah, there it was. So, anyway.
So what's up, Coach?
Coach Weston, so are you from Louisville?
No, I'm from Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I actually started coaching in Evansville.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where were you at?
Evansville Rights.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, that is one of the best stadiums I've seen.
Hey, nobody knows that's in Indiana. Like, if somebody saw that stadium, they'd be like, "No way."
Listen, I had to like I think last year I seen pictures of it. I was just like, man, I'm about to drive up there and just look at it.
Yeah.
And I drove up there and looked at it. I was like, man, this is awesome.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because it's like right behind this little neighborhood, like just stuck in between there.
Yeah, it's in a bowl.
Yeah.
That was originally a retaining wall that they built that into.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Bossy has a really good stadium there too.
Bossy has probably one of the coolest looking high schools just by architecture.
Yeah.
You know, that's sweet. They don't make them like that anymore.
No, definitely not.
We ain't got nothing like that in North Carolina, I'll tell you that right now. Guys, we're so behind on facilities. Like we might have 2 schools like that, and they're both, private schools. So
Oh, really?
yeah. I don't know.
Crazy.
But appreciate you joining up and talking to us, Coach.
Yeah.
Trying to make it interactive with guys.
Yep. So, you guys were talking about defenses the other day. We primarily see 3-man fronts all year long, and we're in the biggest division of high school football in Indiana. Okay. So, like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Cathedral or St. X out of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So we played them a couple years ago, and they're the ones that kind of really got that thing going. One guy that was now what makes them go, in my opinion, is their middle safety. They junk everything with the 6 guys, the 3-3 guys. They kind of junk all that up, and then that middle safety makes all the cleanup. And when they started that defense, Luke Keekley was the middle safety. Yeah, that helps.
Helps a whole lot,
Yeah. So
what did y'all do against them?
So, to be honest with you, we're kind of an inside-outside zone team. We'll run power counter too. Like those are our core four.
Yeah.
But yeah, what we had a lot of success on was, be honest with you, it's not duo. I don't think it's duo. It's inside zone, but we would block it kind of front side with our. So we block. Let's say we're running inside zone to the left. We would actually open up away from it, and our H was to the right, and he would just hook the end, and we just kind of combo everything else. And we were able to get our tackle, if there's a head up four, you with me on the right tackle, he could kind of dip and rip like veer release almost, and climb to that front stack. We combo the nose to the middle backer, and then we get our H onto that four technique, and we get a gap right there. Like kind of almost B gap and just hit it.
Yeah.
I hope nobody from Cincinnati is listening to this, but we ran that same play 3 times in a row and won. We were on ESPN and beat them during the COVID year. We were one of those early games, and we forced overtime. It was a comeback win, and then we ran that same play 3 plays in a row, and stuffed it in the end zone. Which
they're still on there, Coach. I'm just listening to them. They don't want to listen to me.
But yeah, that's kind of what we are. We're probably more of an outside zone team, or wide zone.
Yeah.
So y'all just seeing like 3-man front or 3-3 stack?
A lot, almost. It's like every other week, right? Like each team is some variant of it. Either a 3-3 stack or they're a 3-4.
See, and that's what I'm getting ready to see, and I'm not used to it. The school, because I just got there, and they're saying every week they're seeing 3-3 stack, and I'm like, man, I'm coming from 5A ball.
Yeah.
So this is 2A now, and I guess it just seems like guys are trying to shoot bullets. How they can cause havoc.
Well, Coach said it earlier. He's like, it's not about the size of the dudes. It's guys that are kind of flying around making a mess, and that's kind of what those defenses are doing.
Yeah.
I
used to like in the I used to tell people like in the stack, if you run the inside zone, it's hard to tell the kids that because we know, but it's like if you just stay on your track, they're gonna come to you.
Yep.
If you stay on your track, they're coming. Mm-hmm. But it's hard for the kids to decipher that.
Right, exactly.
One thing, I have a video on this, but one thing I love to do against stack is put a tight end on the line. If you have a tight end,
yes, that right there, I totally agree with.
Yes.
That's probably what changed us as an offense. Seeing all these odd fronts is we got into some tight end stuff, tight end H stuff, and you're right.
Got to add a gap, right?
Yep.
So with a 3-3 stack structure, we got the 6 in the box, right? Like everybody knows 3-3 stack, and they're gonna have those two outside safety guys. And then so we trap guys off the edge, and we read guys off the edge all the time. So we put a tight end on the line, they're gonna bring one of the safeties down. Well, that's our trap guy now, or that's our read guy now. And we played several teams, and they couldn't adjust to that. Like they were like, okay, do we not have a force player, or we're gonna read the force player, we're gonna trap the force player. So you're darned if you do, darned if you don't, type deal. So
yeah.
And if you get in a little 21 personnel, go a little tight end and H-back, shoot now, they're going to have to bring their other safety over so they don't get outflanked. Now you get everything weak you want. So that's what we did a little bit. I'm not a big fan of 3-3 stack. But one thing I do like about 3-3 stack is everybody's a two-way go.
Yeah.
Those have a two-way go. Fours have a two-way go. Those linebackers have a two-way go. So your blitz game's great. But I don't know.
Hey, I'll tell you what we see from really good 3-3 stack teams is the guy typically that would be your strong stack linebacker that would go to the tight end. Yeah. He'll unstack and come down over the tight end, and then they'll adjust those other two with that middle safety down. So what we end up seeing a lot of is they will try to give you a 2-high safety look or sometimes even a 3-high safety look. And you got to guess, all right, are these guys, are the alley players coming downhill to fill, or is the middle guy coming downhill and they're going to play like a 2-high shell? You know what I mean? Like they kind of try to bait you into that. And usually the dude that unstacks and he steps over your tight end is a dude. Yeah. Like D1 kind of linebacker dude, you know? So, yeah.
But like I said, you have tight end helped us. I prefer a 3-4. If I'm ever a head coach, I want my defense to be a 3-4 because teams don't draw stuff up against 3-4s.
Yeah, every great play on Twitter is against the forefront.
That's what it is. So like last night, I was trying to do some stuff and I did stuff against 4-3, 4-2. Well, it was 4-2, but then I also did 3-4 because my guys were used to blocking 3-4 defense because that's what we ran. So in camp they saw it first like 3 weeks of the season. That's what they saw. So by the time we got to an even front team, they're like, I don't like even front. Like it's crazy because that's what everybody loves, the quote unquote block. So and I like what we do. We arc our play side tackle on counter to the overhang and we trap the forward technique. It's nothing new. It's just what we do. But you know, there's 100 ways to block it. But like you said, most guys are going to draw stuff against a nice 4-2 box, too high. It's like you're not going to get that. Like
all the best plays that they have film on are against 4-man fronts too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's like, but you know, I guess if we could recruit our players, we probably would play 4-man front.
No doubt. What's funny is on my videos, some guys will be like, nobody's running that defense. I'm like, I go straight to huddle and I find my formations and I look at exactly how teams play this. Because I know some defense, but I'm not our defensive coordinator. I'm not, I'm going to adjust this guy here. Like, no, I just see what guys do against me.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to draw it up. So,
I
mean, that's what we're seeing in our conference. So,
yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, so Coach, what level? You said what level are you in Indiana?
We are what's called 6A. So I'm not sure. Each state is a little bit different. So 1A is our smallest, 6A is our largest. We're in the 6A bracket. So we're a suburb school of Indianapolis. So
I got you.
Yeah.
So how did you do last year?
Tough year. So we end up we won our sectional. Now I don't know how it is again in other states, but we basically play, there's a 4-team sectional that plays into a regional, then a semi-state, and state. So we won our sectional, and then we lost to Cathedral, the 3-3 stack team, by a touchdown, and we were inside the 5. We beat them earlier in the year. We beat them 45 to 42. It got wild. And then we lost 14-7 in the regional, which we should have won. We had a very talented team. We finished the year, 11-2. So we lost our quarterback the last game of the season, and we were up at half. We were up. 28? No, we were up 21-14 at half, and so we come back out with our JV quarterback, and it fumbles the very first play, and for about a quarter and a half, we're surviving, and so last I don't know, probably 2 minutes, we put a drive together and we're hammering it. We get all the way down to the 10. We throw it incomplete into the end zone. We got a chance to tie the game. It's 28-31. We're down. We got a chance to tie it, and we get it blocked. So that cost us our conference championship because we were undefeated up into that point. But then we got our quarterback had a high ankle sprain, and the way it works in Indiana is you get the first week off in sectional play because the rest of the teams in Indiana will play like a 6-team sectional, but in 6A we only have 32 teams, so we only play 4 teams. So we got a week off, so we ended up getting some time to get him back. And when he did come back and played well, won our sectional, but lost in the regional. So it would have been a really good year to win that regional, go play semi-state and see what's what, But
yeah.
So, but yeah. we've had some very, very successful years these last few years. And we've even put some guys into college from the O-line. We have one going to Iowa.
Nice.
We got one playing at IU right now. We've got one at Northern Illinois. We got a receiver at Northwestern. So we got a couple guys that are out there roaming around. We had one go down and play at Clemson. He didn't pan out, though. He was a quarterback. Do you remember Hunter Johnson at
Hunter
Clemson?
Johnson.
So he was the guy that was the quarterback before what's his name with the Jesus hair?
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence. He was a year ahead of Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
And obviously, I mean, you're not beating out Trevor Lawrence. So
yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, we had a really good year last year. But like I said, we really hang our hat on outside zone, and then we kind of pair everything to it, boots and screens and that kind of thing.
Yeah, cause I'm not a big zone guy.
Yeah.
I mean, we ran inside zone, and we did it okay because we needed an inside run. But wide zone, outside zone, we just don't. We'll run quote unquote sweep.
Okay.
If we're just reaching and running,
yeah,
it's not. We're trying to get the outside.
I'll be honest with you. Probably what turned me to it the most was originally Alex Gibbs.
Yeah.
And then Todd Carter for the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
He had some at that what's that called? The Mushroom Society.
Yeah, Cool Clinic.
The Cool Clinic.
Yep.
He did one 2 years ago during COVID, and man, I don't know why, but what he did like resonated. And I used a lot of his stuff, and it really changed us as far as an outside zone team and that sort of thing. So it helped. Now we do run power counter. So like when things when they start, we kind of have a tendency to it. Teams will just start running everybody over to it. We'll come back with counters and that sort of thing, and we'll hammer that stuff until they kind of get even again, and then we'll go back to our wide zone stuff. But
Coach, do you follow Coach Caduti?
I do. I actually he came to Indianapolis a year or two ago. I sat in every one of his sessions and
Heck yeah,
got to talk to him. I'll tell you what, he's doing these things and clinics and whatnot and meeting people. It does make it a smaller world,
Yeah.
But he does a really good job. I mean, you know what? We took some of his stuff too, like because he would talk about on the third step, the running back should be making a decision based off his read. I know it's a Gibbs thing too, but he really showed some drills and stuff on how they work that half lining it and that sort of thing, and that helped as well. So.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm not a big wide zone guy, but I love his stuff because I love his energy. He's got it rolling down there, and I've watched his stuff all the time.
Yep.
I feel like if I had enough time to teach it and I was a good teacher of wide zone, I probably would run it.
The more I'm into it, the more it's like teaching beer. Like you're either all in or you're just kind of dabbling and it's no good.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that has to be your deal.
Yeah.
Like
yeah. Yeah.
And I like power and counter too much for it to.
There you go.
Yeah. So, I mean, nothing's wrong with it.
For sure. Anything is possible if you believe in it and know how to have answers for it. You know what I mean? You got answers for your system, then you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's where you start tampering with things, and then you get in trouble, and you don't have an answer out of it.
Yeah. Because what do y'all do screen game wise? Because that's something I'm trying to develop this off season.
I'll tell you what. Probably one of the best things we did. And I don't know if it's a slip screen, but we were able to pair it for our H and our running back. So what we would do is it would look like, even though we don't full slide, like you guys were talking pass pro before, we are half slide, half man, pass protections. But what we did was we made it look like full slide. So if we have our guard and our tackle here, and we are full sliding together, they're gonna kind of set. Let's say there's a 3 technique. We'll go 4-man front since that's the easy stuff to block, right?
Yeah.
On the man side, that guard probably has nobody in his A gap or somebody, head up or inside shade, whatever. They're going to slide and bump that dude trying to get him to A, right? And the running back from depth is going to run at that D end and try to hit him on the inside half and just pivot inside. Now, if the D end is trying to come inside, he'll pivot opposite, right? He's going to try to go path of least resistance. But what that's really simulated, and for us, is a true pass look. It looks like, even though we don't run full slide, it looks like full slide. It looks like real pass, and we get real reactions. Now, I will say, versus good teams is when it hits the best. Versus bad teams, like the linebackers don't drop. The D line doesn't quite, pass rush as much. But against some of our better teams is when we really got linebackers to, that is pass, boom, they're out of there. So we were able to climb because our backside guard and tackle are going to kind of set together, and then they're going to climb to those 2 backers on their side. Chip inside the end, we dump it to him, and he gets right behind there and goes. There's a guy online that dumped a bunch of stuff on YouTube. He used to be big on Twitter. But he dumped a bunch of Kyle Shanahan stuff and his name? Gosh dang it. Well, anyway, he had those slip screens on there, and I watched probably 20, 30 minutes of it. I'm like, this is unbelievably simple, stupid. And so we put them in, and they just started popping. So it's not anything off of outside zone. But it's one that, we passed the ball enough that it's one that really, really helped us a lot. We do tunnel screens and those types of things too, but that one is probably our best because we could tag any of our H's or running backs, even a receiver. We could motion that guy in there and have him chip and step inside. We could get it to our guy if we needed it into our best player's hands. We could get a guy there to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're big on tunnel. We're big on tunnel stuff. We weren't huge on like running back, out of the backfield stuff. We'll do we'll angle him. He'll come back in, like we'll call it the Texas route.
Yeah,
he'll come back in underneath the lineman and catch it and go. But we weren't big on screens from the running back position. So.
We did it like that too. We called it our middle screen. Mm-hmm. So we would deep set our tackles and have the guards and the centers all go up, and then we could tag guys to get underneath there. And one of them was like you said, we'd be kind of wide in the backfield. He'd kind of angle in there and get underneath it. That was a good play for us too on the screen game.
Welcome back, Coach Taylor.
I'm sorry, my dog.
Yeah, Coach McNally FaceTimed me again, man. So I was talking to him.
Hey, that guy, I love his stuff. Don't get me wrong. I love his pull-ups, and that I had to put that on there. Like I knew that'd get his ass going. Like,
oh yeah,
oh yeah.
He cussed these guys out because of it and said they couldn't do 2.
I have like an old DVD set of his. I don't know where he was at, but he put together like all these like clinics on this like DVD set. I remember just sitting there watching it. The amount of stuff he knows is unbelievable. Sorry, my dog is.
It's all good.
I just found out today he had a son.
Really?
I mean, I've known him for 2 months. I knew he had 2 daughters, but he said his son worked for the New York Times. I found that out. I didn't know. It was funny. I told you this, Coach Tatum, but yesterday, me and my girlfriend were leaving Shoney's, and he FaceTimed me, and I said, Coach, did you ever think you were going to meet someone just like you? And he looked at me, and I said, what does it feel like? And he goes, it feels like I have a brother. That was the best, dude. I was like, it feels like I have a brother. I mean, I was like, man, this is great.
That's funny.
Don't feel bad. He cusses out the Miami O-line coach.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
ever since I put on like his post, whatever, to hit me up, I had like 5 people hit me up, which is fine. I have no issue with it. This is what I wanted, so that was awesome.
He goes, who is Ian Tatum? And I was like, well, Coach Tatum is the coach from North Carolina. He goes, is he the head offensive line coach? He thought that I was like, Coach Tatum said he'll answer your questions, Coach. And I said, he's the coach in North Carolina. Is he the head offensive line coach? I was like, Coach, not the University of North Carolina, a high school in North Carolina. Did I tell you the Alabama GA?
Yeah, you did.
You'll let anybody on your podcast. I said, Coach, not very often I talk to coaches from Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, don't feel bad, y'all, that's watching this. He thinks that all college coaches are scrubs. All right? Sorry.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care what school you're at. I mean, you could be at the biggest of the big, and those guys don't know nothing. So at least he said 200. 200 of us on Twitter know something.
Yeah. I hope I'm in that number. So Russ Malzahn, not Gus, but Russ. He's in California. Good guy on Twitter. Do any of you run a tight end middle screen? I don't, Coach. I'm not big on screens to begin with, but Andy Reid sure does. But I don't know if any of y'all run a tight end middle screen or not.
Come on the show. What you want to do, man?
Yeah, Coach,
I'll
DM
walk
me
you through it.
We follow each other. I think we follow each other. Coach, hit me up.
I mean, dude, I for me on middle screens, I don't know what y'all do, but I got my middle screen rules.
Yeah. Yes.
We block the inside backers.
Yeah.
We got 5 guys. That means the center go to one of them, and the guards and tackles block the other 2. All right, if there's 3 guys in there, we're probably not running a middle screen. If it's 1, we got 5 guys blocking 1.
Yeah.
And your tight end can just pass set and go up underneath there. Throw it to him. I don't know. I've never run a tight end screen, but that's how I'd do it if I did.
We have a middle screen, but like I said, we can tag a guy into it. So we have the same like you. We have rules. And so whatever it is, we get a tight end there, we can get a receiver in there, we can get a H in there, whatever. But we have rules like you.
So I'm gonna send this to Coach, see if he'll come on and chill with us.
At 5 o'clock, I got to go on with the Mission Viejo offensive line coach.
Coach Stevenson, that's my dude.
I don't even know where Mission Viejo is, man. I know they're pretty good.
Arizona or something.
It's in Cali.
Oh, Cali.
Yeah.
Ain't that where like Lionheart played or something?
I don't know.
So, Coach, when is y'all spring practice down there in Indiana? When do y'all start that?
We actually started this week. So,
Okay.
yeah, so we do Mondays, and we can do like a few days a week. It's actually by hours. So we have to submit that to our ADs, and then they submit that to the state or the IHSAA. So we do them we do 2 days. So if we did like 30 minutes a day, we could probably do every day, but we just lump it into 2 days. So we do Monday morning and we do Friday morning. And then our Tuesday, Thursday after school is like speed stuff.
Okay. So y'all basically can't say you're gonna have a regular 2-hour practice on a Monday. You can't do that.
No. We're at 6:45 in the morning till 7:30. So it's right at about 50 minutes ish.
So Coach Malzahn is not who I thought he was. He's another guy, but I still send him a DM. So we'll see what he says. Coach Eddings. What's up, Coach Eddings? Put where you at, Coach. Where you coach at? We're just chilling, guys. I tagged y'all on Twitter, on a post. If y'all don't mind retweeting that, and we'll just get guys out.
So, Coach, since y'all only go like 30 minutes, what are y'all trying to accomplish doing that?
Yeah. So what we do is not that this is rocket science or anything, but we'll do individual warm up. Then we'll do some individual actual, drills. Our receivers, quarterbacks will break off and do routes on air. our O-line, running backs. We're actually gonna start doing this on Monday. We're gonna go half line. Our defense will do like a little bit of their individual on the other side of the field with their install, and then we go do one-on-ones with the skill guys, and then we finish with a 2-team set. So we're a bigger school, so we have our offense is divided. So we have one group from the 45 going one side of the field, and we have the other group, kind of the younger guys, going the other side of the field. So we end up doing a little bit of team. And it's not like we're not trying to go hit home runs. We're just trying to get them to understand plays, understand fits. So we do that for about 10 minutes, and that's it. So we literally, our coach called our OC, he called probably 5-6 different formations, but only ran 2 actual plays, outside zone and a pass play. So that way kids are all getting reps and they're all learning kind of the whole install, if you will. So we'll do that till about midweek of May. I think we only get about 6 weeks, and then they shut it off. It's about like 2 weeks before the end of school, then they shut it off. Then in the summertime, we actually go to helmets and shoulder pads for 12 practices.
I thought I seen that in Indiana. Like basically, as soon as summer started up, y'all get to go basically almost full throttle without can't go bottoms.
Pretty close. We get what's called contact days. So we get 12 technical contact days and like a couple competition days. So you have to have that all planned out. And anytime you put a helmet on, it's considered a contact day. So we usually do helmets and shoulder pads maybe once, twice a week. And it ends up, by about mid-July, everything's in, and we don't even use 12. And we usually do one competition day. I'll tell you what, if you want to have a competition day, you need to come up to Indianapolis, come to Brownsburg. East St. Louis comes. And in the past, we had Kane Key Valley, who was a state runner-up in Illinois. We always get some pretty good schools that come in. Coach Reed on Twitter used to be at St. Louis North Lutheran.
Yeah,
North.
I know you're talking about.
Got his team over. His inside linebackers played receiver as well. He ran the wing team. Oh my gosh, that was a fun time. Anyway, but yeah, it's competitive and it's a 2-day deal. We mix it up, figure it out. So
awesome. Yeah, I think it's fascinating how different states are.
Yeah.
I know you can't have one universal code, but I don't know. How was y'all's association in Indiana? Is it good?
In terms of what?
Transparency, communication, clinics, anything.
Coaches Association?
Yeah. The Coach Association's okay. It's pretty good. Sometimes the transparency.
You know what I like about Indiana though? I've never seen this, and I guess it's a two-way street because we had a lot of coaches got to arguing about it in our state, but y'all have that thing called the competitive factor.
Yeah.
So basically, if guys, so let's say you got a 3A school and they win 2 state championships in a row, these guys will make them move up to the next class.
Exactly. Yep. So honestly, what that rule was put in place for, to be fair, is for all of the private schools because they were just, for a while there, it was just a private school state championship. Schools like Cathedral, they only have 1,400 kids. So, when they're going up against other schools that only have 1,400 kids, they're wiping the floor with them. So now they're playing all the way up in 6A, and now they're in competitive games, week in, week out, and in tournament time. They're not winning state championships anymore. Once they go back down, they start dominating again. But yeah, so you're exactly right. So if it's not state championships, that's really the issue. That's they're points.
Okay.
So how far you go in the tournament, you get so many points. And if you go over that set of points, then the following year or whenever they realign it, because they realign it every 2 years, you'll go up. Now, for a small rural town, let's say you have like 4 good years in a row, right? And then, all the farm boys are gone. You go up and you get destroyed for about 2 years, and then you come back down. So,
You know what? We just now went to the 2 year deal. It used to be every 5 years.
okay.
So let's say you were a powerhouse. You was a 3A school, and then all of a sudden your district just got a bunch of powerhouses, and you stuck in there for 5 years with them.
Yeah.
Like that. It was rough.
Yeah.
That is a tough deal.
The one thing that Indiana has screwed up, and this part really bothers me, is they will not seed the tournament. It's an all-in tournament. So this last year in the sectional, Coach Tatum asked, how do we do? Probably the best team. We were ranked number 1 in 6A, but we didn't believe that we were really the best team. We just had the best record at the time. The best team was Ben Davis, which was right next to us. And we ended up beating them, but we had to play them in the first round. So the number 1 team and the number 4 team see each other in the first round of the sectional. Like, gosh, there's only 32 teams in Indiana. I mean, it's not hard to seed that, right?
Yeah.
So, so Coach, when you're asking, like, what's the association like? Well, there's some old cronies on there that don't want to change. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, see, so in North Carolina, our big thing right now is classifications, and so we only have 4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we have 4, and North Carolina is like the 7th biggest state with high schools. So we have like 420 blah blah high schools, and we have 4 classifications. Do the math; it's over 100.
Yeah.
So it's but the thing is, we go by ADMs or whatever. So it's how many kids are in the school and other factors that I don't understand.
Yep.
So 1A is only like 60 some schools.
Yeah.
So now those other 40 that would have been in 1A are now bumped up. So now it's like 125 some schools in other classification. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So our big thing right now is getting our principals to vote to up classifications. And they're going to do it by changing the wordage in the bylaws. And so it's like 60. So there has to be, you can only be a maximum of 64 teams in a classification. And that will put us up to 7.
Gotcha.
Which, I mean, some guys want 6. I know Virginia does 6. Georgia does darn near 8. I think it is, but like we're very similar to Georgia, and we have 4.
Yeah.
So we used to do 4A, 4AA, 3A, 3AA, but we don't do that anymore.
What's the size discrepancy between, let's say, the top of 2A to the bottom of 2A in your state?
I can pull it up. I think, like, talking about enrollment.
Yeah, because that seems like a pretty wide.
Yeah, I think the top of 2A is somewhere near 1,300.
Wow.
And the bottom's like 800.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
But then you go to Charlotte, and there's schools with over 4,200 kids.
Yeah, right.
So so those need to be like a 7A school.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's what we're working with right now, and the hardest thing is getting principals to vote, because if they don't vote, it's a no.
Right.
And so we're just kind of stuck in the past. So anyway.
Gotcha.
And our playoff, I don't like the way we do playoffs either, but that's a whole other topic. I like what y'all do, sectional, regionals, like that. I love the way Virginia does it. So Coach Taylor, I like the way. Do you like the way you do playoffs, Coach, in Virginia?
I mean, I went 9-1 2 out of 3 years and didn't make the playoffs.
Oh man.
Oh.
My first 2 years at Meadowbrook High School, then they switched it, and now, I mean, you pretty much need a winning record to get in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like it. You got to win 5 games and win a state championship rather than win 4, and 9-1 teams make the playoffs now.
Yeah.
We were the last 9-1 teams that make it.
Well, what I like about Virginia is that it's regionalized, whereas because in Virginia Beach, like where I was, like that area is going to play each other before they move out. Whereas in North Carolina, I could be up 85 north of Charlotte, and I got to go all the way to the mountains, 5 hours away in the first round. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we had schools that they're literally driving 4 hours on a bus to the mountains or doing the east side. You're in Raleigh and you're not that good. You got to go over to the beach.
Yeah.
So and you're getting just throttled in the first round. Well, why can't we just be regionalized and then you can move on? But
yeah, see, and that's what we were doing too until 2 years ago. They switched it to where basically the first 2 rounds you would play your district again.
Yeah.
And I don't care who you are, but it's hard to be the team twice.
Oh yeah.
I already know you. And they just played you 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on. So we ended up switching it back. And again, I always say, man, there ain't no perfect way.
No,
it's not.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, I do agree with I don't say redistricting, but your conference, you should be moving around. It shouldn't be the same teams for 5 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I want to give a shout out to Coach Ivy. He commented, "What's up, Coach?" He's from Arizona. Arizona does something similar with the competition. Like you win, you get points, you go up and down. I was talking to a coach a couple of weeks ago. I was talking about that. We don't do that in North Carolina. If you're 1A, you're 1A.
The same thing here. It's just, hey, you got to take it.
Well, what's crazy is, like I said, it's like 60 some teams in 1A, so you can win 0 games and make the playoffs.
Yeah.
See, and I always hated that too.
Yeah.
And then those are the teams who got to travel 5 hours to go play their team that's 10-0.
Yes.
And you get beat 70-0.
Yeah. It results in a lot of schools just shutting it down.
Yep.
Like they just forfeit. So what's that teaching? It's I don't know. So, but it's praising being bad, which I mean, if you're bad, I mean, it is what it is. But I don't know.
All right, guys, I gotta hop off here before my daughter kills me.
Yeah, man.
All right, man. Yeah. Do you?
All right, man. See you guys.
Hey, nice to meet you, Coach.
Hey, nice to meet y'all as well.
Hey, hit me up on Twitter, man. I'll see you my cell number. It's 804-839-5244. You can just Google me.
All right, I followed you.
Yeah, Coach Troy Taylor. I'll follow you back.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, man. But I love it. I love high school athletics, man. And I love learning about other places.
Yeah. It's interesting, all the different rules and stuff. It's funny. You guys are talking about you didn't want to have to travel up, or a bad team have to travel in, or whatever. That's kind of where we're sitting in terms of Indiana, since everybody gets in. We've had good teams get knocked out in the first round, like number 1 rated teams get knocked out in the first round because they got to play tough teams in the first round. They don't actually get rewarded for their season. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's tough.
No doubt.
Especially around Indianapolis. Indiana's really not known for football. They're it's more of a basketball state, whatever. Mm-hmm. But if you come around Indianapolis, I'll put Indianapolis football up against anything. We have some serious talented teams. In fact, the Metro
is it Warren?
Warren? Warren Central, Ben Davis,
powerhouse.
Yeah, Carmel, Center Grove. I mean, they're all Ben Davis this year. I bet you they're going to be a top 50, maybe even a top 20 team. They're going to be loaded. They're going to play IMG. So, yeah, and that's our sectional opponent.
Yeah, sometimes I do agree. Sometimes that first round you should be playing somebody you're gonna beat, but they shouldn't be a no-win team. They should be 4, 5, 6 win team. They just made it.
Right.
But
for sure. Well, that's the thing, and this is going to sound very biased to big school, big town, big city, whatever. But the reality is, we only have 32 teams in 6A.
Yeah.
After round 1, about 16 of those teams are around Indianapolis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? there's a few that'll be out of Fort Wayne or whatever, but it just is what it is. Like, so.
Coach, what it's kind of an odd thing to ask, but what's recruiting look like for your guys? Like,
You talking to me or Coach Taylor?
For you.
Right now we got a receiver that, or do you just like what kind of guys we got?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right now we got a receiver who, he's a good kid, but he got trapped up at Minnesota, and they trapped him into like a verbal commitment. And for him, he's such a good loving kid. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll think about coming here. And they're like, so I don't know that he knows that but he put it out there. So he's verbally committed to Minnesota. Our right tackle is offered by Illinois State. Our running back also got offered by Illinois State. So we have some mid-tier dudes. Last year we had quite a few. One is going to go play center at Murray State. The other, our left tackle, is going to go play at Iowa, but he's actually a center. Cool story on him. So he most of his high school life he was a tight end or a defensive end, and at that St. X game I was telling you about, he was our tight end, and he was the one that was walloping down on those 4 techniques against St. X. Like, they thought he was a tight end, but he's really just an offensive lineman. Yeah. But he goes to Iowa as a D end, and he's competing and that sort of thing. And Ferentz sees him and goes, "Hey, you mind flipping him around and put him as an offensive lineman?" And he goes and starts stoning everybody. He's a wrestler. He won state in wrestling, and he just whispered to the guy's ear, "That's our next NFL center," and just walked away. And that's the end of the story. Like, he heard that, was like, well, I guess I'm going to play center. He ain't never played center in his life.
Yeah.
But he's not a big guy. Like, he's probably 6'2", he's 280, but he's super strong, can move, got good feet. So
that's all you need, man.
Yeah. And you go there, and do you know Barnett at Iowa? Barnett. Okay, so he was he learned under Harry Heastand. Remember, you know him?
Mm-hmm.
He was at Notre Dame this last year, but I think he's done. I think he's calling. Anyway, he was the offensive line coach with him, and then was at Miami Miami of Ohio, and was going to go down to Tulane. He was there for no more maybe 2 weeks, and Iowa calls him. Boom, he's over there. So we have a good connection with him. Our ROC was his GA when he coached in the Indianapolis area. So he came in. It was pretty easy recruit for him since he had some connections with us. But yeah, so who else? We had a couple receivers, Illinois State, Indiana State. We had a DN that went to Indiana State. So yeah, we're not we don't have major recruits, but we got some good mid-tier guys.
Yeah,
so.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
guys, anybody that's watching, we got 9 guys on here watching. If you want to come join us, holla at me on Twitter. If not, post something on the chat and let's talk. M. Dunnigan says, "Hello, fellas. What's up, Coach? Let us know where you're at. Don't be shy with it. Let us know where you're at." Coach Taylor, any big plans the next couple of weeks?
I mean, we got to go back to work Monday, so it's practice. Monday through, practice is school. 3 days a week, lifting and practicing. And
Coach, how do you do your practices in the spring?
I'm in Virginia, and we don't have any rules.
Oh.
Yeah, the rules are no practice on Sunday, no practice during dead periods, and we can't wear equipment. Other than that, do what you want when you want, because everybody's cheating.
Well, okay, but like, how do you do it? Like, do you helmet, shoulder pads? Do you just do it?
No, we can't wear helmet, shoulder pads ever, unless
you're like us.
Season.
We can't do helmet, shoulder pads either.
But we just go 3 days a week lifting, and then I've been splitting them up. Linemen and backs. When the backs lift, I have the linemen working on, O-line, and then when the O-line's lifting, I'll have the backs working on run game or pass games, depending on what the day is. That's what
Now,
we're
you doing
gonna
that
be
after school, before school, during
We
school?
go after school.
After school, okay.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Coach Coach Taylor, are you the O-line coach at LC Bird?
No, I got a couple different offensive line coaches.
Okay.
I mean, I like to keep a lot of O-line coaches around.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, when one guy leaves, I mean, a guy named Jim Kiefer is our O-line coach, and then the guy that coached us, he's an O-line coach. Then I just coach everything.
Yeah. So we have two guys, me, and then we have it's a dad, but he's been a community guy. He's been around for like 7-8 years around the program. So he helps me, and very knowledgeable man, but he's a big community guy for us. So we got two guys, and that's going to help me being the OC. If I need to go down for 7-on-7, I can trust him to take the O-line,
Yeah, during the game,
Yeah, so yeah. If I need to talk to the quarterback, like, hey, Coach Osborne, take those guys, and let's, if you need to make any adjustments. Let's see, Coach Chance Fawcett. Hey, coaches, what's going on, man? Let us know where you're at. What do you position you coach? Where you're at? We want to reach everybody across the country. Coach, I want to go over my preview of the clinic real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't go over everybody that's coming because I got more international guys coming to watch this time around.
Heck yeah!
The biggest thing is Facebook. International coaches do not get on Twitter; they get on Facebook. It's crazy.
So what Facebook are you posting it on? It's on the O-line.
So I'll post on the O-line coaches whatever their page, and then I'll post on Kenny Simpson his offensive coordinators thing. What is it called? It's offensive coordinator. Let's see. I'll pull it up. The offensive coordinator academy. So, and then I'll post it on the Black Football Coaches United. I'll post it on there, and then the offensive coaches group. I'll post it on there. What were you saying, Coach?
Do you know what international countries are involved?
Like coming to the clinic or coming to watch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I've got Australia. I've got coaches from Mexico, guys from Canada. I have a guy from Romania. He plays ball in Romania, but he's from Italy. I got another guy from Italy. Several guys from the UK. I got one guy from. He told me it's one of those European countries that you don't know. It's like I don't know if it's like Lithuania or something like that.
Estonia.
Yeah, there's a reach, and I love it.
I did one camp overseas in Sweden.
Okay.
And I couldn't believe how many of those guys love football, like real football. I mean, they do it by club over there. I mean, they're any which way they can get it. I mean, they got club football for like adults. There was guys in their 40s still playing.
Yes.
It is pretty cool.
It's awesome. Yeah. The coaches in Australia, because I went to school with a guy from Australia. He played rugby all his life, and he played what they call gridiron, which is just American rules football.
Yeah.
He did that. He came to play at Gardner-Webb University here in North Carolina, and I met him. Great guy, but I've kind of made a connection with coaches out there because he coaches in it's called Wollongong. It's right outside of Sydney. So he coaches a club team. So I've kind of made a connection with some of those coaches. But it's great. All right, so the coaches clinic, the guys that are not signed up for the coaches clinic, DM me. I'll give you the information. But it's an offensive coordinator coaches clinic. You do not have to be an offensive coordinator to come. You just have to be able to have time to come watch. Right? It's free. It only costs you your time. It's virtual, so you just need a place to come watch. So it's going to go from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on April 15th, which is next Saturday. Coach Ray Dayton, which I believe he's one of your guys, Coach.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine.
Yeah, so offensive coordinator, offensive line coach at Lackawanna College in Pennsylvania. DM'd him. He was very gracious. He's talking about pass protection, and some passes to go along with it. Keegan McDaniel is offensive coordinator at Roger Heritage High School in Arkansas. I believe he was a GA at Auburn. I think that's correct. He was GA at Auburn, so I think he was a Malzahn guy, maybe. I don't know. So, but yeah, he actually offered me a job last year, and I couldn't take it. It was in Arkansas. Let's see. Sorry, I got a text. Okay. Then Coach Morgan is Torano. So Torano coach, the coach of Edward Waters.
Toriano Morgan.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
He's
Okay,
a good
Toriano
coach.
Morgan, head football coach at Edward Waters.
He'll do a good job
in Florida. Yep, he hasn't given me his topic yet, but he's coming to speak.
It's going to be spread or use of formations. He don't like to run the ball.
Really?
No.
And then Joel Hirsch, he's the offensive coordinator, and the QB's coach at Fort Valley State in Georgia, the D2 HBCU. We're talking about QB quarterback play and drills. He is the offensive coordinator for my O-line coach in college. So that was a connection I had there. Cameron Avery, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks and running backs coach at Wilson Fike High School in North Carolina. Talk about triple option paired with the RPO system, which I'm really interested to see how that works. Coach Ty Rogers, which is a holdover from my last clinic. This coach got messed up because he's a Texas guy. He got messed up with his time difference, so he didn't get to speak. So he's coming to speak, turning the game into a trap meet with outside zone. So he's in Texas. And then Coach Eric Teague, which is the head coach at Reidsville High School now in North Carolina. I'm not sure what coach is going to talk about. But
oh man, that's that team. That's that team with that kid.
Yes, that's Coach Mars, his head coach.
They're loaded.
Yes, they're in my conference, Coach. So, but
kid with the North Carolina stuff on, dude, in the Jordan room.
Yeah,
he looks like he can play for him right now.
Yep. So yeah, Coach Eric T is gonna come on. He just got that job. He was the offensive coordinator for his dad, Jimmy Teague, which is a Hall of Famer in here in North Carolina. My 12:30
coach there at Reidsville.
Yeah, Jimmy Teague. Yeah.
Okay.
And so he just retired this past off season, and so they hired his son Eric. So my 12:30, my 1 o'clock are not filled yet. 1:30, I have Brett Gominski, the offensive coordinator at Iowa Wesleyan University. As he hasn't given me a topic yet, but he's coming on to talk. And at 2 o'clock, David Wilkinson, he's the offensive coordinator at Bourne High School in Texas. You'll talk about a 12 personnel offense. And then Caleb Coral, he's the offensive coordinator, QB's coach at Mount St. Joseph High School. He'll talk about quick game and option routes. And then at 3 o'clock, Sean Cooley, which is the offensive coordinator at Hickson High School in Georgia. Talk about gap scheme, RPOs. And then 3:30, Renee Medina, which is the offensive coordinator at Long Beach Poly High School in California. Pretty much everybody knows Long Beach Poly. I mean, that's one of the best schools in California.
Mm-hmm.
4 o'clock, don't have a session. And then at 4:30, Matt Goggins. He's the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Bowie State University in Maryland, HBCU in Maryland. You'll talk about creating explosive plays through tempo and formations. And then at 5 o'clock, my boy Garrett Wingate, he's the offensive coordinator at Northern Nash. He's talking about his power rate offense. Then at 5:30, I don't have anybody, which it really sucks because I had Coach Derek Sage. He's the offensive coordinator at University of Nevada, and I was going to have him on, but I'm not allowed to go past 7:30 because my wife is not out of town. So Coach he couldn't do anything earlier. So I'm gonna try and get him in my June clinic. Why
don't you get him to do it early and then just play it?
I told him, I said we might just do a live stream like this one day and just get guys to come. We'll do it that way.
Yeah.
But he couldn't do anything earlier. That's the clinic right now. Got some guys on the hook. They have to let me know. But
send me the thing to sign up.
Yeah. Oh, Coach, if you signed up for the OL one, you're good.
I don't even remember. Did I fill it out? I don't know.
I mean, he might have. I'll go back and look. Coach Molson says he's coaching Wales, England, Finland, France, Hungary, and of course, the United States. That's awesome. My man is a world traveler.
I'm not.
Me either. I've been out of the country one time, Coach.
Where?
Excuse me. Twice. It was on 2 cruises. I've been to the Caribbean and I've been to the Caribbean. So there you go.
Yeah.
We went Dominican Republic, the Bahamas, and Turks and Caicos. And my wife and I went. So that's one time. And Coach says it's really big in Germany as well. Yes, it's really big in Germany. People that don't know, because for me, my family never went on cruises. This is kind of not football, but my family never went on cruises. If you've never been on a cruise, I highly recommend it. Because
I can't do it, dude.
Wow.
Because, man, I get seasick, man.
Okay.
They got things for that. You can put a patch.
Yeah.
Dude, if I get on a train, I'm getting seasick. I'll throw up, man.
So the first cruise
I went on a train.
The first cruise I went on, I did get seasick. It was in the summer. Water wasn't that bad. Second one went in December, choppy water. I threw up first day. They gave me that patch. I was right as rain. Get you the patch or take the pills.
Yeah, I tried the pills once and it knocked me out.
Yeah.
That was on my honeymoon.
Yeah.
So I said I'll never do the pills again.
Yeah, the patch works though.
Yeah, it does.
So what type of vacations do you take, Coach Taylor? Like, you don't go on cruises and stuff. You go to the beach?
Vacations?
Yeah.
What are those, huh?
I mean, dude. What we practice football, man. I don't know.
So what I'll tell you is, before I got married, my family never went on vacations. Like, it's not because we couldn't; it's just we just didn't. So
go to Virginia Beach for 2 days. I don't know.
Yeah. So getting married, we'd go on all these fancy blah blah trips. But like I was like you, like we didn't.
I did that. It put me in big time debt.
Yeah. Well.
Honeymoon, and then hey, let's go on another one. 2 of those, a couple thousand.
Shoot.
Yeah, dude. Vacations.
You gotta find the deal.
I'm a
my wife finds the deal.
It's the summer. We were off. Yeah, I went to North Fort Myers last year, or one of those places down there, and got COVID. Yeah. Have you ever seen our podcast, Coach?
No.
Oh my gosh.
What's it called?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Yeah,
it's probably called The One That Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Yeah, call me Jack Nicholas.
I'll be honest with you. I ran into Coach Tatum, honestly, on YouTube last night. I watched a little bit, and then I was on YouTube today. I saw he's on there again. I was like, shoot, I'll see what they're talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about nothing.
I've done 150 of these, dude, since January.
So Coach Taylor's are structured. He has a guy come on, and they talk. This is we're hanging out. Like Coach is hanging out, but like he has a guest on, and it's.
I'm getting ready to do one with the O-line coach from Mission Viejo.
Yeah.
Oh, you're about ready to do one?
Yeah, 5:00. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Coach says military has given me all the vacations I can handle. I bet.
Yeah, man.
Shoot, like I don't know,
dude. I went when I got married the first time. I went to what is that place? It's in Mexico, Cancun.
Yeah,
I went there, and then the next year we went to the Bahamas. And I don't even know what was that, 2010. Yeah.
Hold on, Coach. You said the first 20. Time.
Yeah, I've only been married once and divorced once.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. We're good.
And if I get married again, I know where I'm going. Divorce City. Hey, this is good advice for y'all. Write this down. This is Coach Bill Mountjoy. One crazy woman is enough for a lifetime. Once you get one, one is enough for a lifetime. My girlfriend, the reason we're still together after 3 years is because she does not live with me. I take medicine to keep from banging my head through a wall.
Best advice I would give anyone is before they get married, if you're a coach, tell them that it comes with the whole package.
Yes.
It's probably saved my marriage.
Oh,
Yep.
good.
Yeah. So
How you got kids?
I do.
How many?
They're scared to get in here.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Yeah.
They were like army crawling across the floor,
Yeah,
That's
y'all
awesome.
can come in here anytime.
Yeah.
Sure, they probably know more football than we do now.
I don't know anything. Hey, do y'all know who Bobby Ross is? Do y'all know Bobby Ross?
I don't know.
I know the girls don't, but y'all do. Bobby Ross came and spoke at my clinic once. I'm trying to find a book. I don't have a book fat enough, but the book was like this fat. It was a big hardbound book, and it said everything I know about football, Bobby Ross. And he would pull it out and said, "This is a book, everything that I know about football." And he opens it up, and every page is blank.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Bobby Ross. I had the book, dude. He left it at my clinic, and I brought it to him. I should have kept it.
Oh,
Everything I know about football, and the book is blank. Here's one. Don't put a fullback in front of Barry Sanders.
There you go. There you go. There was one. There was a what was his Coach Moore? He was for the Colts. He said, "Hey,
yeah, Tom Moore.
Tom Moore, do you ever give your backup quarterback reps?" No. We got Peyton Manning. We aren't giving the backup reps. So it's like putting a fullback in front of Barry.
Are you an Indianapolis fan? Is that who you like?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know Clyde Christensen?
Yeah.
Coach Tatum was hanging out with him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Weren't you, Coach?
Yeah, he was at Carolina. Yep.
Yeah. He was on our podcast.
Did you play at Carolina?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
No, I played it was a FCS school and down towards Charlotte, Gardner Webb.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a guy up here near Indianapolis. He did his playing there at North Carolina. Kyle Ralph is his name.
Okay.
But he's really done a nice job up here. I didn't know. You said North Carolina. I thought, well, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we're blessed here in the state of North Carolina, because we have the most D1 schools per square mileage.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Most schools, like Michigan, we have Michigan State. You have Western Michigan, like that. But we talking about the best of the best. We have, they're all right there, up 40. So
yep, for sure.
But yeah,
we had a former player that used to be the strength coach at Wake Forest. He was a D lineman. Played for he played at Bowling Green. Then he went and played for Belichick for the Patriots for a few years, and then he got a job with the head coach from Bowling Green. Went to Wake Forest and then hired him as a street coach for a while. So, but yeah, I mean, you can throw a rock and hit a D1 school.
Yeah. Coach, he's asking about Mission Viejo in Orange County. Yeah, I believe it is in Orange County in California. Yeah.
It's where
Craziest
Rob Johnson played.
Craziest thing. So my O-line clinic back in March, I had never met Coach Stevenson at Mission Viejo, right? Didn't know anything about him. So the night before, we obviously been talking, but the night before we came on to do a test run. And I didn't know he was from the UK. So he is this guy from the UK that coaches offensive line in California. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Great guy, full of energy. But yeah, Coach Eddings, he's from in Orange County. Yeah, he's got some good looking guys up there too from the film he was showing.
I bet.
Coach Taylor, is he gonna talk about a topic, or are you gonna get to know him, coach's life? What are you gonna do?
He wants to talk about his mission and everything. I mean, his vision, whatever it is, his football life. Gotcha. And then he's from England and everything. And then he said he's gonna talk about something about offensive line play. Yeah. He's gonna also can talk about O-line engagement and watching film.
Yeah. So his topic for my clinic was defending the fly zone. And I was like, okay, we're offensive line. So defending the fly zone, what does that mean? So the fly zone to him is the tackle box. It's from tackle to tackle, center to quarterback.
The no fly or the fly.
Fly zone. Yeah. So that is the no-fly zone for him, defending that. So it's pass protection.
The box.
I was like, oh, yeah, the box. That's what he calls it. So I was like, oh, I thought you were talking about defending the fly sweep. I was like, I guess we can talk about fly sweep. Whatever. But yeah, it was awesome. He was very detailed. So I'm not very detailed. Like, I mean, I'm detailed in my preparation, but I'm simple. Like, I ain't gotta be complex. But I've never been to California either, so I mean, because they play out there. They play out there in the big boy conference.
Do either one of you ever get Coverdale on here?
Coverdale.
Guy?
Andrew Coverdale.
Yeah.
No, I've never talked to Andrew Coverdale, but
Look at
I know
him.
somebody that knows him.
Yeah.
Look at him right there, Tarquin Stevenson, right on cue, been creeping in the chat, not talking.
Hey, which comment banner are you using there? I like that, man. I'm gonna use that.
To be honest with you, Coach, I'm just clicking them.
Go to your comment. Go to your branding on your site. Go to brand and then tell me what theme you're using.
Block.
The block looks good.
Yeah. So there's classic is huge. Bubble. Minimal.
Yeah. See, minimal is what I usually use. Click between the minimal and the classic.
Okay, so there's classic.
Is that what you're using now?
No, I use block. That right there.
Switch between block and minimal. Block. Let me see block. See, but all mine's black.
See, so but you go to your brand color and do whatever you want. You want to do LC LC Bird Blue? Do it.
No, I can't. I gotta have it black, man.
Okay. Well, like at Walkertown, we're red and black, so I just have the red.
Yeah.
So
I'll share my screen. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah, like you said, StreamYard is legit, man.
There you go. Add that to your stream.
Hey, it's coming up.
That's what mine looks like.
When you sent this, I was like, I never heard of this thing.
Yeah.
You have a question. I'm gonna put a comment in here. If you have a question, Coach, leave a comment on Facebook or YouTube. Are you streaming to Facebook too or no?
No, it's just YouTube right now.
And what about Twitter? You're going to Twitter though, right?
No, I just post a link in the Twitter.
Dude, I could have swore that I saw it on Twitter.
I post a link, so if you click on the link, it'll take you straight to YouTube. But I'm not live streaming to Twitter.
All right, hold on. Let me see. Because I thought. So you tagged us?
Yeah.
Dude, I thought I could have swore that I saw it where it was live.
Says, Coach, can you put your YouTube channel and launch it? What does that mean to me, Coach? I don't.
Maybe he wants to join.
If you want to join, DM me on Twitter, Coach, and we can get you in. You put your YouTube channel and launch it. I'm not sure. I mean,
he's talking about. I guess he's talking about mine. Just go to Totem Pole Nation.
Yeah, Totem Pole Nation.
Totem Pole Nation is the name of the channel.
You could be one of the 1.1K, be 100. Yeah, 100,001 now.
Yeah, we're very big in Vietnam. And South Korea. North Korea, you can't get on YouTube, but there's actually people in Vietnam and South Korea that watch our channel to learn how to speak English. And they can only watch one YouTube video per day. Wow. So they're actually learning how to speak English. We're very big. We have a lot of followers in Vietnam and South Korea. And maybe Cambodia.
I know a lot of that, Coach, comes from your shorts as well, YouTube shorts.
Dude, that one short that I posted today already hit 1.8 thousand.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of the dude, it was because it was B.A. Palmore.
Yeah.
He's kicking the guy right in the face, knocking him out.
Yeah.
Coach knows an MMA fighter. He's a pro. He's 1-0.
Oh.
He's from Lakewood High School.
A.D. Palmore, that's my guy.
Yeah, Coach knows him. He's from it wasn't last week, St. Petersburg, Florida. He played with the Griffin twins and Isaiah Wynn.
Wow.
And all three of them went to the NFL.
So now he's fighting out of Kansas. He had his first pro fight last week.
Okay.
Guys, he's a great guy. Great story.
Yeah.
But Coach, I'm 7 away from 4,000 followers on Twitter.
Wow.
4,000 followers on Twitter.
Yeah.
Well, we need to get you up, man. We got to get you up there, man. We need to get.
And like
Coach
I
McNally
said
to
it
tell everybody.
yesterday. I said it yesterday. For
get-
guys that follow me, I don't follow them back. It's not because I'm hating. It's not because I'm too big time. It's because we haven't made a connection. So, Coach has come on. He's come on here and we talked. Coach Yoder, we're hanging out. I followed him back. See, that's how that works. Because otherwise I'll have 4,000 people I followed, and then I don't see anything. Like, I see a whole bunch, but I don't see nothing. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But
I wonder how if McNally's going to get a stud actor to tweet him back or something, right? He's asking for somebody to hook him up.
He don't know nobody. He doesn't know anyone other than football coaches, and the coaches he does know are dead. All the coaches
How
he
did you
knows.
get hooked up with him?
I texted a number that said Jim McNally on my phone. I had his phone number from a clinic probably 20 years ago, and I texted him, and I texted Bobby Bentley, who was the head coach at Burns High School in South Carolina. He was assistant at Auburn and Central Florida and South Carolina. Great guy. I texted both of them the same night, and he texted me back yes and okay. And then the next morning I got him on here because I called him on the phone, and I was like, he doesn't know texting. So and then I sent him this link, and he was like, what is this? Is this Zoom? And I was like, no, this is StreamYard. It's a podcast. And he goes, can I have a podcast? And I was like, yeah, coach, you should have had a podcast. He's like, how is anybody going to know that I'm going to be on your podcast? I was like, do you have Twitter? He said, yes. I said, how many followers do you have? He said, 2. I said, what's your name? He said, I don't know. Jim McNally 578392. And I changed it to Coach McNally OL, and I changed 2 pictures and did his bio. It took me an hour because he wouldn't allow Twitter to have access to his videos or pictures. And then the world's never been the same.
Yeah. Never been the same.
It changed. I told him today, I said, dude, people who didn't know you before, they know you. A whole new generation.
I'll be honest with you, a lot of the other lineman stuff's silenced right now.
Yeah. Because he came in and took over, and that's got a lot of the O-line gurus out there. Paul Alexander, he said, was a middle school coach when he met him. He said that Bob Wiley was a rec ball coach. Both those guys were middle school and rec ball coaches when he met them. He got them jobs. But Alex Gibbs taught him the outside zone.
Oh, did he?
Yes. Alex Gibbs taught him duo. He invented it. Pool clinic. He started it. He started it. He post foot. He started it. He learned it from Jerry Wampler. W-A-M. I don't know how to spell it. Jerry Wampler. He always spells it. He was the O-line coach for the Eagles when Sid Gilman was the offensive coordinator. He was Ara Parseghian's offensive line coach. He coached in the NFL up until 1988 when he was fired by the Packers for shoplifting. I've called every old folks home in Florida looking for Jerry Wampler. The only person that has his number is Dick Vermeil. And Randy Cross will not give me Dick Vermeil's number, but Randy Cross will retweet me. Isn't that awesome?
That is awesome.
Coach,
Randy
we're talking about
the coolest dude I've ever met, man.
Coach, we're talking about Jim McNally. That's what we're talking about.
Oh,
Coach McNally. Yeah.
I can talk about Jim McNally all day long.
Yeah. I mean, Jerry
Coach,
Wampler called him.
Coach, I don't know if you heard the story or not, but I told Coach Taylor this. So my first clinic I ever went to, Glazier Clinic in Charlotte, 2016. I think I had been coaching. I had been coached for a year, maybe right out of college. I went, and the first clinic I sat in on was Jim McNally. He was an old man. He was still he's old now as he was then. So literally, was on the stage, and because they gave him a little platform to sit on and stand up on, he had a chair, and we talked about the foot fire. And he talked about double under, forklift stuff with the chair, and he was blocking it. And I told myself then, I was like, this is what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life. I'm gonna coach football.
That's awesome, dude.
And
that is awesome.
And so like what you were asking, Coach, like, is he the reason I coach? Like, no, but he's the reason one of the reasons I'm still in it.
Well, you basically said this is who I want to be like.
Yeah.
Did I tell you the story, Coach, about what he told me yesterday on FaceTime?
No, what's up?
Yeah, I told you because you were on here earlier, but he FaceTimed me. He likes to FaceTime me for some reason. But I was looking at him and I said, dude, I was just on FaceTime with him. He's already FaceTimed me twice since we've been on here. But he FaceTimed me and me and my girlfriend. And I was like, look at her, Coach. He's like, yeah, she's beautiful. I don't know why she's still with you, a big fat football coach. And and I was like, Coach, I was like, what does it feel like to have finally met someone like you? And he looks at me and he goes, it feels like I have a brother. And I was like, this is awesome. This is
they don't
awesome,
make them
man.
Like that anymore, man.
That Jim McNally thinks I'm like his brother, man.
Yeah. Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah, he said, I think everyone's upset at me on Twitter. That's what he told me.
Hey,
I was like, nah, Coach.
Did you see when he retweeted that porn star?
What?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go look through it. Yeah. I think he accidentally.
No, that was Sarah Blake Cheek, and she is actually a friend of mine, and she's a farmer, and she also has an OnlyFans account. Okay.
Yeah.
She's been on our show.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah. I hope that's who it was.
Yeah, that's who it was because
it was Sarah Blake Cheek.
Yeah, because the thing is, but it was one of her trap.
Jason Brown. You know Jason Brown from last
year.
Yeah. He tried to get me fired. He contacted our principal at our school and said that we had an OnlyFans model on our But she's been on the cover of Playboy. I mean, she's a model.
Yeah. The thing is, but Coach, what he's saying is, I know what post talking about. It was one of her first posts. Like, yeah, it was.
CJ line coach, SJ, you're very smart because when we had her on the show the first time, when I had a 23-year-old coach that used to be a part of Totem Pole Nation before he got fired, all right, he was the one that hit her up. And we had no clue. We are not smart. We are the low man on the totem pole. All right. We got her on the show. We didn't even know she was on Coach Brown's show. We didn't know that they had a huge beef. Mm-hmm. So she picked the bowl games and went 6-0. She picked TCU to upset Michigan, dude. She went 6-0. So then we had her back on the show. We crowned her the queen of the SEC. And Jason Brown did not like that. And Jason Brown said that she was inbred. Well, there was a picture that was produced with Sarah Blake Cheek in a bikini with Jason Brown's face on it. and this guy that I used to know named Coach Old School, all right, Coach Old School told Jason Brown he was the one that was inbred, and actually he's a surfer from Compton because Compton's where the rich people are from. Have you ever seen CB4? Low Cash?
No,
It's a great movie, man. It's one of Chris Rock's first movies.
Oh, really? Okay.
There was a picture of Jason Brown's face put on Chris Rock, in CB4. He's dressed up like Eazy-E.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's great. It was
Coach
fun.
Eddie,
fun
Coach
time.
Well, I'm glad I got some. Okay, sorry. Say it again.
No, I'm saying Coach Eddings has been talking. He's going to come on. He's going to talk to us.
Okay.
Yeah, SJ, you're exactly right. And there was a huge Twitter beef between me. All these beefs are ridiculous. Humorous. Yes, they are. Well, dude, just keep following me and you'll laugh. Okay? You'll just look at me and you'll laugh because it's funny. I mean, the things that I do and the people that I meet, I mean, we're just sitting there. And this guy right here was talking to Freddie Kitchens during UNC practice. Freddie Kitchens is going over the script with him. I got a picture. Him and Freddie Kitchens, the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, were talking. Clyde Christensen. I mean, yeah, we were in the Jordan room. That is sweet, man. I would have committed.
Got to be around. Hey, it's not. You got to put yourself in position to be around great people. And I mean,
does
but
I'm not smart
enough. Huh?
Does McNally like Callahan?
He loves Callahan.
Okay.
He said Callahan and Scott Peters the best line coaches in the NFL. Callahan went to him after he was head coach and, brushed up on his offensive line. He loves Bill Callahan, but Callahan won't talk.
No, he won't.
He won't talk.
It's too bad. I really like watching what they do.
Well, Scott Peters has got the Cool Clinic from last year, the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, really?
Let me say this real
Scott
quick.
Peters was on our show.
I'm learning this stuff.
Scott Peters, Paul Boudreau, Clyde Christensen.
Is that when McNally was tweeting, I'm gonna be on the podcast with Peters or whatever?
Yes, that was my podcast. Yes.
See, I was trying to find that. I was like, I don't know what podcast he's talking about because he wouldn't post it.
Well, he doesn't know how to post.
Yeah, I know.
He just figured out how to retweet today.
Coach Dunnigan, that was on the. That was
here. I gotta go, y'all. Hey, I gotta go.
Guys.
I'll check y'all later, man. Y'all the best.
Yeah, be good, Coach.
Yeah, see ya.
Yeah, Coach Dunnigan, if you're still watching, he just DM'd me on Twitter. He says, when you host another clinic, I would be interested in speaking. Coach, you can speak next week if you want to. I have slots open. You can come and speak if you want. Let's see. Come on, people, 10 of us in the chat, only 3 shares. We can do better. Spread the word. Heck yeah, Coach. Appreciate that. Put it out on Twitter and share it wherever you want to. I don't give a crap. Coach, so tell me a little bit about you, where you came up, coaching background, stuff like that.
So I've been in Indiana the whole time.
Okay.
But I kind of got started when I was young, while I was still in college. And there's a guy, and I don't want to keep bringing up McNally, but there was a guy that I coached with while I was in college that reminds me of that guy. I mean, they just salt to the earth people. But kind of got started there. My first real teaching job was down in Evansville, at Evansville Rights. You heard me talking with the other coach about that. I taught there for 2 years, ended up winning a state championship there. And then the head coach at the time decided to take a job at Warren Central. You heard Coach Taylor talk about Warren Central. And that was right in the heyday of Warren Central. I mean, they were winning state championships, seemed like every year. So he ended up taking that job, and that's when I moved to Brownsburg. So I moved up to the west side of Indianapolis there, and I've been there ever since. And lo and behold, I end up getting him the head coaching job at Brownsburg. So the guy that I started with at Wrights is now the head coach at Brownsburg. So it's like one big circle, if you will. So, yeah. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's a really, really good coach. He's done tremendous wherever he's been. His name's John Hart. So he was in Illinois. He started his coaching career in Illinois, came over to Indiana, went back to Illinois for a little bit. Now he's back in Indiana again. So, but he's tremendous. So that's my kind of my up. But I've always been an offensive line guy.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. So my first year coaching, I was going to be like a DB coach, whatever. And our O-line guy said, "Hey, I ain't going to be able to do it." So our head coach at the time came over and said, "Hey, look, man, I've coached O-line. I can get you going. I can help you." And that's kind of what started the whole thing. And I've been coaching O-line, seems like, ever since. Now I've coached. There's been years where I've switched over and helped other position groups, but it seems like I always end up back with the offensive line. So, but yeah,
I hear you. Yeah. So you say in Brownsburg. So is your school you're at now also in Brownsburg?
Yep.
Okay. So it's the two different schools.
Yeah, we're a suburb of Indianapolis. So if you can imagine, like, Indianapolis has a big interstate bypass around it. We're kind of on the outside of that. We're on like the west side of that. If you're looking at the map. So cool. It's easy to say Indianapolis, right?
Yeah. I mean, when I was coaching, you would know this, but I was coaching in Salisbury, North Carolina. So we would just say Charlotte. Because we're 45 minutes north of Charlotte, but people know Charlotte. So
we used to come down to the Powerade 7-on-7.
Okay.
Yeah, we came down there a couple times. I'd say probably 3-4 years in a row down there in Charlotte.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
What years was that?
I want to say probably we didn't go last year, so and they didn't have it in COVID. So 19, 18, 17, probably at least those 3 years for sure.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, the fact you could take your school cross states is
it ended up being a cool deal for our guys. Like they really enjoyed it. Families would come with them.
Okay.
Kind of turned into like a little mini vacation. So yeah, it was a cool deal.
That was like during the summer.
Yep, it was July. It was like the second week of July. Hot.
Yeah.
One year we went down there and we had guys like that ended up having to get on IVs and stuff.
Really?
We got a little bit of that northern blood in us, we're not quite ready for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so obviously it's going to be hot anywhere in July, but so when, in Indiana, when does it get cold? Like mid-September, October?
No, I would say October.
Okay.
By about mid to late October, it's getting cold. Once playoffs start here, yeah, it's cold. It's below 40, and probably by the time you hit regional, there's a chance of getting a flurry here and there.
Yeah.
So.
I've always wanted to coach in the snow.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's like coaching in the mud. You ever coached in the mud?
You have. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of things can go crazy in that, So.
Yeah. Guys are slipping and sliding.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think obviously the better chances go to the offense.
Yeah.
But you can't throw it though. So
hand grenades.
Yeah. All right, here's Coach. I hope it's Eddings. I've been saying Eddings this whole thing. Is it Coach Eddings? Eddings? How do you say it, Coach?
Coach Eddings.
Eddings, cool. All right, yeah. I hate to butcher names because I don't want anybody to do it with mine. So, what's going on, Coach? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Just enjoying this nice Saturday, watching with my daughter.
Hey,
she's not feeling too well.
So you're in Cali, right?
Yeah, I'm in California. Yes.
Okay.
Orange County.
Okay.
I'm about 20 minutes away from Mission Viejo.
Okay. So what's the weather like right now?
About 69, close to 70.
But is the sun out?
Oh, it's always out.
Exactly. It is. It's like 45 and like raining right now in North Carolina.
Oh man, you gotta get the bad weather.
Yeah, that's why I'm out here doing this. If it was nice, I'd be outside doing something outside.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So we want to talk about, Coach? You came on. You want to just check in, hang out?
Yeah, just check in, hang out, see what you guys are talking about. Love the energy. Always like to learn. I'm a defensive guy, linebacker coach, outside linebacker. Just love learning, getting more knowledge, and learn from different coaches. Even the offensive side, you get better.
Yeah, heck yeah. So how did your team do last year? All that kind of stuff.
We went 11-1. We lost in the second round. A divisional round to a team that ran the ball and they led the clock.
Yeah.
Because we're more up tempo team. We like to spread the team out and go fast and score points. Sorry, you hear my son in the background.
No, you're good.
We're more of a spread, and then we rely on our defense to try to stop offenses. And this team they had a dude that just made plays in the backfield. He had 2 turnovers to turn the game. Then he would go run the ball, and then by the time, because we're not a 2 platoon, we're one. We have a lot of players going both ways, so a lot of our guys are gassing.
Yeah.
But that's why we do a lot of conditioning in the summer and get them ready.
Yeah.
But we did pretty well. We got all the way to the 3rd round. The opponent we played, they were this tough, and they made plays when we didn't, and we didn't make tackles to get them out of the end zone.
Yeah. Also, I'm not saying you're saying this, but I don't want to come off as I'm asking for validation on you talking. I just like to know how guys did. Like, we went 7-5. Like, we weren't that great. Like, so, but I just like to know the records of guys and how, kind of like, how things went. But I just want to put that out there. I don't want anybody to think like, oh, well, if you
No.
have a good record, you can't talk football. Like you can go 0-10, you can talk football to me. I don't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's awesome. 11-1, that is really good. So are
Yeah.
you in Orange County? Are you in like those big conferences with like the big schools or?
No, not really. Where we are, because the school where I coach at is in Anaheim. It's more not in Orange County. They're more LA based.
Yeah.
But we were in Division 6, and the year before we were in Division 9, so we made a big jump.
Mm-hmm.
We're going against people that had one-way players. I mean, it's good talent. It's great talent. I'll tell you right now, like you're the bigger schools you're talking about is Bosco, Jace there. Those are the private schools. Mission Viejo, El Toro. So we are going up more because we were trying to play stronger teams, because when we get into the playoffs, I put it this way, our league is not that strong.
Yeah.
We usually blow people out about the first quarter. We're up 50-0, and we're putting our third string in. So we're trying to make our preseason harder for us. So we're trying to play those bigger schools and give us a little bit of challenge, and then build the kids up where we're teaching the techniques and our philosophies and everything. But no, we do play bigger schools. We did make a bigger jump from being from 9 in the playoffs last year to 6, and we wanted to be there because we know we have the talent. We have some dudes. I mean, we have a guy played his sophomore year. He played the middle backer, and then last year he played strong safety, nickel. He's a natural player. He knows how to play the game, so we can move him around. But I think this year would be his more breakout year, and I think he got a couple offers already. But he hasn't been. He's out there, but I think he needs to go to more camps. I mean, I think we're getting more of the exposure because we're a smaller school. We're not a big. It's nothing towards those other schools. We're just smaller and we don't have that many kids, so we do try to condition a lot. Because when we get into playoffs, it's you got to win to go on. If you don't win, you're on home.
So what do y'all do defensively, Coach?
We're a 3-4 defense, and we like to mix it up a lot. We love cover 2, cover 3. Sometimes we'll go cover 0. We do blitz a lot because we're strong on that, trying to bring that fourth pass rush. Because with a 3-4, if you're just sitting 3, if you're not stunting and you guys are not getting there, your offensive linemen are getting ate up. I mean, D line are getting ate up by the offensive linemen.
Now, are you a true defensive guy that says I'm only bringing 4, so I'm not really blitzing? Or are you blitzing? Are you saying blitz by any means necessary, like bringing linebackers, edges, twists, stunts?
We're bringing linebacker stunts and twists.
Yeah.
We're more trying to scheme it up and what are your weaknesses is and trying to do it that way.
Gotcha.
I like to be. That's what my philosophy is, and that's what our head coach is like. Hey, we're going to try to get advantage on any way we can on the offensive lineman and try to exploit them, because a lot of it's a slide, and you don't get a lot of one-on-ones unless you're truly got a good 2 outside guys and you got maybe a good guard.
Yeah.
And you have that that running back come up and fill. So we try to bring more pressure all the time, because just to mix it up. And we think if we can get back there less than 2 seconds, we got a better opportunity to make plays on the ball with our defense style.
So, Coach, the question was, what's your enrollment look like at your school? You say you're a smaller school. What's your enrollment look like?
Our enrollment? Shoot. I would say 4,000, I think. I'd have to, not off the top of my head. I don't know for sure off the top of my head. I'd say 4,000.
Good God. You say that's small. Like that's big in North Carolina. Let me just put that out there. So golly, I'm sure that's big in Indiana as well, Coach.
Yeah, that's about we are the biggest schools that we have. We have 2 that are right around 4,500.
Yeah.
But we're like 3,000.
Oh, okay.
200. Like, but yeah, I mean, but that's only around Indianapolis. It's not,
Oh.
Yeah, so coach is in Utah. He says that's double the biggest school they have in Utah.
Oh, dang.
But I mean, but you're in Anaheim, so I mean,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
you're
you're just populated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So,
there's a lot of schools. It's like there's so many schools that you can literally go to another school next to another school. That's how big California is, and that's where a lot of what happens if you're not doing well. Hey, we're just gonna transfer. We're gonna go to another subject there.
Yeah.
So see, yeah, like, I don't mind jumping into that. So in my county, we're what they're called open enrollment.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can go to another school, you can just go, and it sucks. Like, I don't know. Coach Fawcett says that is the size of most colleges in Alabama.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but California does allow NIL now, right?
Yes. Yes.
Holy buckets.
It's a whole nother level. It's you're at 13, 14 getting NIL deals and getting money, and hey, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I don't. If I was 14 or 13, don't know what to do with that kind of money. I feel like spending it.
So, Coach, are you seeing that at your school, or is that just kind of has it come down to your school yet?
No, not yet. We did had one dude. He played corner for us and receiver. I don't think he got an NIL deal yet, but I know he went D1. I think it will come in the near future because we are getting bigger kids come to our program because how good we've been in the past 5 years. Like we've been to playoffs every year except 2 years when my head coach got here. It was like a rebuilding. He's like, hey, the first 2 years we struggled. Now it's, hey, we're gonna put a good product. We're gonna try to push numbers. And the biggest thing he tells me, it's not even like the games, is he just wants these kids out to colleges. And that's what he said. Every year he at least gets 10 kids to a college go, if it's playing football or even just get a education. And that's his big goal he always pushes. Like, I don't care about winning. I mean, yes, we do want to win. Yeah. But he goes, I really want to get these kids an education where they can better themselves and get out of Anaheim because it's not a good neighborhood.
So Coach Tatum does initial enrollment limit transfer in North Carolina. So if kids start at school A, can they just transfer to school B, or do they have to prove some type of hardship? Transferring is not a thing in North Carolina, but in our county is the open enrollment. So it's not like the whole state. So, but yes, they literally give these kids like it's like 5 opportunities to say they want to transfer in Forsyth County. It's insane, and there's no middle school football. It's only Pop Warner.
Oh wow!
Oh, it sucks. It sucks. So, but I knew that going into it. So, but yeah, but in our county, if he straight up wants to go to another school and he can make it there, now the bus ain't gonna come get him to take him to another school. He gotta go. He's gotta drive. But if the parents can get him to the school, he can go wherever he wants. So that sucks. But that's the reality we're living in.
Yes.
Tatum,
what's up?
I gotta take off here. I appreciate the opportunity, my man.
Heck yeah, Coach! I appreciate you joining us.
Coach Eggs, it's been nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you. I followed you on Twitter too.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Coach.
No problem.
You got to be good and be safe, and we'll see you next time.
Yep, I appreciate it. We'll talk to you.
All right, see you guys.
So yeah, but heck yeah, man! Like it's crazy. Open enrollment is crazy, and it's just the reality we live in. The thing is, but kids are transferring left and right anyway. I mean, they don't care if it's open enrollment. I mean, so Coach, man, what's going on? You came and joined, and whatever you want to talk about, let's talk about
it. Let's talk more. Trying to think. Okay, my biggest I always like to go into details of when you're facing a 3-3 stack. Yep. What are you running out of it, and what are you trying to get leverage wise on that 3-3 stack defense?
So offensively, what am I trying to do to attack it?
What are you trying to attack it? If I'm going 3-3 stack, I'm coming out and I want to see what you're attacking me with. What is your bread and butter you're going to try to attack with?
Okay, so
Always
we
like
talked about this a little earlier. I'm gonna put a tight end on the line.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna add a gap, and I might put an H back in there. But just start out, I'm gonna be 11 personnel, tight end on the line, and I'm gonna see if you're gonna bring your safety down to cover one of the safety to come down and play the outside shoulder of my tight end,
Okay.
or are you gonna break your stack? Are you gonna bring your play side linebacker? Or are you gonna bring him down over the tight end? And then I'm gonna try and run my gap schemes. My play side guard and my center going to double the nose to the weak side guy, and then I'm gonna try and double your 4-eye or 4 with the tackle on the tight end to your middle guy. Okay, and then I'm gonna pull for your strong guy, and then I'm gonna read or kick the safety that comes down.
Okay.
That's what we like to do. If you overcommit. So if we put an H back in as well, so we go 21 personnel.
Mm-hmm.
If you overcommit, you bring your other side safety down. On the other side, we'll go weak, right?
Okay.
But yeah, that's what we did. We've played. We don't see too much of it. I think we've played like 3 or 4 teams in the last couple of years, and that's what we did. We had success running the ball on those guys.
Okay. How did you guys have passing wise? I know it's more of a passing defense.
Yeah. So what we usually saw was straight up either man or cover 3.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna have their corners playing deep and then the middle guy playing deep. So we would throw a lot of bubbles and hitches.
Okay.
So or we would attack the seams with cover 4. It should be 4 verts.
Yeah.
We had a passer then. Now if I was a player, I don't really have a passer. I would run hitches. I would run smash, trying to take the corner.
Yeah.
If I get the corner out, I'm gonna throw the corner out. If not, the corner's backing up. All right, we're gonna throw the hitches, outs, hitches, stuff like that. Nothing too crazy because we're gonna try and run the ball.
Yeah. Okay.
Not a quick game. Yeah.
So when you do your quick game, I'll just say I'm in a 3-3 stack. I know you're gonna do a lot of bubbles and hitches and a lot of screens. You're gonna try to throw me off.
Yeah.
I would say you truly don't say our overhangs are safeties. To me, they're outside backers playing hybrid safety.
Okay.
I always teach my guy if we see a bubble, and this goes into film. If you see a bubble, you see your guy leave, I'm trying to go on his backside hip and play through number 1.
Okay.
How are you teaching that as an offensive guy? Try to take the leverage of if I'm having a down block, he's trying to go over. How are you teaching your block to come get my guy if I'm coming squeezing through and I'm trying to get to the ball here? How are you teaching that?
So teaching like the outside receiver coming to block.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would run a slant right behind it.
Oh.
So if you're going to vacate that area, so if you're going to run with the bubble, it's almost like man, right? If you're going to run with the bubble, I'm going to bring a slant right behind it. I'm going to throw it in that window. So if anything, because I'm not always trying to like block and bubble, so I'll go bubble slant.
Right behind it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. I just have my man answers when it comes to that.
Okay. What if we sit in a cover 3 and I have my guy sit and now we just rally up to the bubble? That still takes away. Now you still have your bubble. Sorry, I just answered my own question.
So it's whatever you like. What are you gonna live with? You gonna live with the flat? All right, I'm gonna take the flat all day. Right? Yeah. But you gotta be patient with it. We used to play. We played a 4-4 team. That was 4-4 cover 3. It was very similar to what you're trying to do. And their outside backers would play the flats, right? They would play the flats hard. So we would try to get it behind them, and they would just rally the ball and make tackles, right? So you get a 3-yard play, 4-yard play. You have to be patient. We have to stay with it over and over and over again. It's like triple option football. You gotta be okay with getting 2 yards on the dive because then they're gonna take away the dive. Now you have your outside stuff. So we are going to pass the ball because we can't run it. If that makes sense. So if you're stacking the box and we're not getting numbers and we're getting hit in the hole for a 2-yard gain, all right, then now we need to start thinking about, okay, now we need to start throwing it outside, get those guys out of the box, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So that's our philosophy on that.
Okay.
If you have a dynamic passer, then we'll start to throw it down the field. You know, I love post wheel, excuse me, stuff like that. Trying to get guys having to run with us
instead of sitting. Okay.
Yeah. So the coach says we push crack with number one. Yeah, we'll push crack. You know, but
okay.
if he's playing in that hip, it's hard to come and get that outside linebacker because
okay.
It's like a pick play almost.
Yeah.
It's hard to get that guy off the guy's back hip.
Yes.
Because if you say you run him on a wheel route, now the outside linebackers having to run with the wheel. Now your corner's sitting there in cover 3. The wheel ain't there anymore. So it's tough.
That wheel route is tough for outside backer, especially on the backside if you're having it.
Yeah.
Even as a running back coming out of the backfield, and that number one does a slant or something.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but usually if you're in cover 3, in my thought, if you're running a wheel up the sideline, the corner should have the wheel, right? If that's his deep third.
No, yes. If it's if the wheel will say, "Hey, you just pass on," as long as we don't get a vertical by number one.
Okay.
If we get a vertical by number one, now we just have to man it up and say, "Hey, you have to go with the wheel," because I can't have 2 guys leaving one guy hanging. So that's the conflict. What we see down here is that I'll put it by, if we're 3-by-1 to the right. And we have a number one receiver over here, and my backside wheel is waiting for usually he has a running back coming out of the backfield. We'll get a go route by number one, and then the running back do like a little wheel route. So we always tell him, just say, you take his hip, we stay underneath, make him throw the hard bar over the top and play for the hands.
Yeah, it's a tough throw.
Yeah. Usually if we know in that situation with film, we know they usually switch the running backs. We'll put a safety because I can't have my outside backer running with a 4-4 guy and then I get yelled at, "Hey, who's in?" I'm like, but no, those are just little things I like to ask as a defense guy. How do you beat it? How do you adjust it? Just learn. That's all I do. I have no ego. I just want to learn and get better.
That's me. Like, I don't have if you had like, well, this would take care of that. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'm gonna write that down and let me study that. You know, like I don't care. Like guys with egos piss me off because like, why do you have an ego? We're all trying to get better. Like, that's my whole YouTube channel. Like, I don't try to prove that I know anything. Everything's secondhand knowledge. Like, I want guys
you learned it from someone else.
Try to get better, man. Try to get better.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. So what would you say gives you the most like fits, like offensively? What when you see it?
Last year, what really gave us a hard time is when they went 20. They had 2. Was it 20? It was 21 personnel with the sniffer, not on the line, but he's outside or behind the. He was the H-back, and they would run a lot of that counter with him coming across. And with my outside guy, what he would do, and this was a teaching, is he would go so far upfield, he would just get washed up, and then it'd come right underneath him with that, if it was a trap or if it was a counter. So that was the hardest thing we did because we were in that. We would go into an even front and then bring our outside backer. We bring him down because we knew we were seeing that week, and we always had that hard time fitting it, and it always seemed like it was. We had a nose. It was he get a double team, so we were like, oh, if we can get a double team, we should win the battle. But it seemed like every time we seen that set away from it, and we had the tight end down to that side, they would always come back yo-yo and kick my outside backer and then be in the C or the B gap. Yeah, that was the hardest fit for us. And where we're slanting, a lot of what we would do, we would slant our ends would be in a 5 technique and then slant towards the guards to try to blow it up and try to block or spill it. And then my outside Yeah. And then my outside guys are trying to come down and spill it, wrong shoulder spill, to make a big pile. But sometimes we always seem like we went too far upfield, and then they'd come right underneath us. And I had a guy, he was a junior. It was his first year playing varsity football, so he was young. And I had a senior. He was decent. He just got tired a lot because he go on both ways, receiver, tight end. I was like, I get it, man. But that was one of the plays that really gave us a struggle last year was with the tight end. I mean, with the H-back, with the 2 running back offset, it was in a pistol. And they would do they would have the tight end to the strong side and bring him back. And it'd be like a trap or a counter somehow. I don't know if that's how you would call it. And we'd always get, if we didn't squeeze, we'd go too far afield and leave a B gap or C gap, and we lose our. And then I have my out. The one problem was one of our backers would go too far in the, I say garbage time. If you go too far, you're going to get sucked up by the big boys.
Yeah.
They would do that. I'm like, no, we're scraping because you should be reading the H back coming across. Read your key and then go to H back. Once he comes across, we should be scraping to go where he's going. And now I have my outside by pushing it in, and he should be giving an inside hip of the running back and making a vice tackle between those two.
Yeah.
But it seemed to work out that way.
What do you see any call it empty? It's empty, but with the H back. So have the H back in the B gap, but then we're in empty.
Yeah. I think we seen that once or twice last year. We didn't see it a lot.
Yeah. I'm big on that because I'll bring the running back in motion just to get the same look we would have. He's in the backfield, but then I also get my quarterback runs out of that.
Okay.
And I love that stuff, and because we get defenses will go crazy. Oh, it's empty. But I have my H back right there, and it's like I'm in 10 personnel. Honestly, now I just run my quarterback runs.
Would you switch your quarterback out for an actual mobile guy, or you just saying quarterback?
Same quarterback. I mean, that's what we have. You know, it's just we had a guy that could throw it a little bit, and he was a great athlete. So it's the same personnel. All we did was just go empty.
Oh, okay. And just make him be the lead block in that way with the H.
Yeah, the H would.
Okay.
So we could get our counter. We get power. He would just lead up like power, and the quarterback would just kind of like take a step and go. Pretty much the only thing we would do was to just send the back and put him in the slot. So,
okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I've never seen that, but I hope I want to learn some more about that because I think it'd be big around here.
Yeah.
It seems like stuff from others.
I mean, I'll draw it up. Shoot. But
go ahead.
Yeah, it was. I want to do a lot of that this year as well. Like I said, because they get in the empty check and we're just running the ball.
Yeah.
Let's see.
If you're coming out empty, I'll be in. I'm trying to think.
All right, let me show this.
Go ahead.
So like that. If you can see that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So 2x2 with the H back and then your quarterback.
Yeah. So honestly, it's the same look. So like, say we're going to be like, and until you want to call us 20 personnel, 11 personnel, what you want to call it, and then all we did was just put him here, and then it looks like empty because there's no backs in the backfield, but he's right here.
He just switched roles. Okay.
Yeah, and so so we can still run. Do that. Just glitched out. So run power right there, block back, skip pull. He's gonna kick out right there, and then the quarterback is just gonna sidestep and go. And we'll have some type of a screen out here. We'll probably go corner, come up a little. That's not what I wanted. Little quick screen, or we'll go bubble.
Okay.
And then the quarterback can figure it out from there. If he wants to throw the screen, if you got leverage, throw the screen. If not, run power. You know. And we like that a little bit. That's a nice gap screen wrinkle. We run GH, but haven't really used our H in our power game. Yeah. Yeah, use got to use the H in the power game. That's spread power right there.
That extra number to the hats too.
Yeah,
especially.
But yeah, I mean, this is my first year calling offense. I've been the offensive coordinator for a couple of years, but actually get to call the plays and do my own thing. So that's I have a lot of ideas. So I'm just trying to make sure that my guys can do it. That's my biggest
There you
thing.
go, man. You can call plays all you want. If they can't execute it, doesn't make it doesn't help.
Exactly.
They're gonna be like, what is that offense coordinator doing?
Yeah, and I don't want to, because my head coach calls the defense, so I have to be complimentary, which is fine with me. I don't care.
Yeah.
But being able to make sure it fits what we're trying to do on defense, like we're very aggressive on defense. So if he's very aggressive, I can't be overly aggressive.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Coach says, "Do you ever run a spot RPO off of the backside of power?" I have. I mean, you're talking about just like run like into the zone, and he's sitting down. That's what I'm assuming you're talking about spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done that. Let's see, guys. Make sure if you're on here, got 5 guys on here. Check in with us if you haven't already. Let us know where you coach at, what position you coach. I love to see different guys. If you want to speak, DM me on Twitter. Share it out on Twitter. I am streaming to Twitter now. I just put that on there. I'm streaming this to my Twitter. So if you see it, retweet it.
I didn't even know you can stream on Twitter.
Yeah. through StreamYard right here, I can go straight to my Twitter and straight to my YouTube. So,
oh dang.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I've seen a couple times, but I was like, I never got into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always good to do something different.
Yeah.
What's I gonna do? Sorry, I was going to my Twitter on my tablet. I wanted to ask you: have you done any tight bunches, like the 3 and then the 2 receivers in the back? Have you done any of that, like toss, sweep, close and out? How'd you do on that? Like, because I'm trying to get better at that because we see a lot more close.
So it's all about being able to know your rules.
Yeah.
In that bunch and who's blocking who. That's the biggest thing. So we'll go have a point man on the line, and then we'll have 2 guys behind him. So what we usually say is the point man, okay, he's usually gonna be blocking down. Okay.
Yeah.
So he can get a crack, he's gonna go crack. And based on game planning, we can either try and tell him who that's gonna be, hopefully, or if not, then he's just got whoever's on his inside shoulder.
Okay.
Which was on inside shoulder, then the outside guy, okay, he's gonna have the next guy inside. And then so he'll have, I'm gonna draw it up. So he'll have the next guy inside, and then the inside guy is gonna wrap around like he's a puller. And he's gonna have the force, who the force player is, whether it's a corner, whether it's a safety coming down, he's gonna have the force guy.
Okay.
And then we'll try to get our runs off of that. I really like it with like pin and pull.
Yeah.
We pull the guard, and he can come around
and
all
wrap
the
around.
pullers.
Yeah.
And then the backside guard will come around for one of the linebackers. But yeah, just you can get any of the runs. You can get power read. You don't have to read you don't have to block the end on that. You can use normal power. If you do normal power, then your point man is usually gonna have to get the end, which is not.
Okay.
It's not advantageous for us because it's a receiver on the end. So
yes, and that's usually what I tell my outside backers. You go up and jam the hell out of him to try to put him into 2 receivers, because and especially passing, like the number 1 can't get off. If you jam them to 2, you mess their whole play up. And
so if you brought a guy down to my point man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to tell my point man to try to rip through that guy, and the outside guy is going to block down on the guy that you have over my point man.
Okay.
So if you're trying to squeeze us down, then my outside guy is going to down block your squeeze down. So I'm trying to have you go where you want to go.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, and then my inside guy is going to pull around that. So. Yeah.
I see what you're saying there. Oh, yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Now I can try to fit it different ways.
Yeah.
Because I know I've seen last year I was studying a lot of the tight bunch, and then when they're not tight, they do like a box. Like you have your, I know, is it a box or I'm trying to think, where you have your outside backer in between, you have your safety or corner on the outside. I'm sorry, and then you have your
Like a triangle.
triangle. Sorry, yeah, you have
Yeah.
your triangle. So now we're just reading instead of now we can react and go flow. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
So if you see that kind of formation, so you just tell you now you're going to go block the outside backer. Now I'm going to get the wing or whoever comes to me. How do you teach that in that way?
So if you have 3 guys.
Yes, over
Yeah,
your guys. I'm not
so
pressing the point.
You're not pressing the point. Okay.
No, I'm off.
So the point guy is still going to block down. Whoever's on his inside shoulder, he's going to have a second level defender. So a linebacker or somebody scraping over, he's going to block down. The outside receiver is going to have the next one. So he's probably going to have the top of the so you have your triangle like this, right?
Yes.
So whoever the inside guy of the triangle, that's who my outside guy is going to go get.
Okay.
And then my inside receiver is going to go out to the force guy. So the other outside. So let me see. I'll do this right here. So, like this. So
yeah.
Okay. So my point guy is going to go. He's going to go inside.
Okay.
My outside guy is going to go. I'm going to do this backwards. Outside guy is going to go. Outside guy is going to go get him. The inside guy is going to pull. That's backwards. Let me just do this on huddle, coach. Let me just.
Sorry, coach.
No, you good.
Gotcha.
The fact that it's backwards it was ticking me off. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna undo all this. Okay. So we got our bunch right here. And let me just get a defense. Let's just say 3, 4. All right. So let's say he's like here, and here. Your triangle.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's gonna go inside. He's gonna get the inside guy of the triangle, and he's gonna pull around for the force guy.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So then he's gonna be in the backfield. Say we're running power read, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
I probably won't run power read against this look. So let's just say we're going to run. It's going to break my counter rules. So we're going to go counter. Oh crap! Put him back. Undo. So he's going to go down. We're down. Okay. He's going to come outside. He's supposed to be trapping. He's going to trap him.
Okay.
He's going to wrap in here. Well, I guess where we toss.
You can do, did you toss right now? If you're doing toss.
There we go. So we're going to let me pull Solly back.
No, you're good.
Okay. So if we're going straight toss, we're going to reach our gaps.
Yes.
Okay.
Next.
Okay. So now he is outside. Okay. So now we have a one-on-one, hopefully, because you want to cut it up. We're off this H's block. So
yes.
if the H kicks the corner to the sideline, cut it up. If the corner goes inside, now we're out. We're beat to the sideline. So that's basically that. That's how we would do that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we're trying to get my running back on your free safety, and that's all I can do as a play caller is try to get my guy on one of your guys. So I can't block everybody.
Yes. That makes sense.
If I have a dude up front, block him right there, and then pull him around.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Or if whichever one's better for me, if this guard can reach this end, which is probably not going to happen, then the tackle will go. But this end is a B-gap player, and he's coming to my guard. Cool, we'll just block it. right? Or if he's coming rushing upfield, we probably going to have to block that guy because it's a toss outside.
Yeah.
And we're going to reach outside with the tackle. But the first way I drew it up, probably where we're going to do it. He's just gonna reach. So
that makes sense.
But yeah, so he's down. He's got the inside guy of the triangle. Okay, he's gonna pull around for the outside guy of the triangle and we have to beat the top guy. So
okay.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And if you want to, you can give him a number system. He can do 1, 2, 3. Like you have the first guy inside, you have the second guy, you have the third guy. I mean, you can give him a number system. You just gotta make sure it works.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. But heck yeah, it's all ball.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it, Coach. I appreciate you.
Of course.
Let me come on and learn some. Let me talk a little.
Yeah, I don't know everything, but everything is second nature. I mean, second hand, and I try to just share it out. And I appreciate you coming up talking to me about some stuff. So. No,
definitely. I mean, you got to learn it somehow. I mean, that's the biggest thing I try to tell young coaches: just go out and ask. Mm-hmm. Don't be afraid. I even tell my players, if you don't ask questions, they can't answer them.
Yeah, exactly.
You get those ones that don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, because they don't want to seem stupid or seem like their question was bad.
Yes.
I mean that kind of happens like with coaches coming on to talk. Like last night we did a live and nobody wanted to come on and talk. I'm like, who cares? Like yeah, this is going to go up on my YouTube, but like, who cares if you ask a dumb question? I'm not going to make it seem like it's dumb. Like it's like I'm gonna try and answer the best I can because maybe you don't know.
Yeah.
Like
maybe you don't know how to ask it. Like, oh, what is this? Like, how am I saying this?
Yeah.
But if you don't ask, you never learn.
Exactly.
You don't put the work in because we tell our kids to put the work in, watch film and everything. And that's the biggest thing I tell people. Like, I'm just trying to get better. I've been coaching 4 years. I love it.
Yeah.
But I just want to take any kind of knowledge I can do and just put it in the game. Help these young men develop as men.
Yeah.
Hopefully be great men and to the wives and kids.
Yeah. And that's my biggest thing. Is like you got to make sure you develop them on that side outside of football too. Like,
yes.
Like who cares if you need to know some X's and O's, but at the end of the day, we just need good men coaching.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so what do you do? Okay, I'm glad I brought that subject up. What do you do for your? I know you're offense coordinator now. When you're a position coach, what did you do for your position to kind of get them to? What different things did you do? Like, hey, what's going to go to a potluck? We're going to go watch a football game, or what did you do to try to build their trust and be like, hey, this is how I want you to understand. Hey, I'm a human being outside of football. We can chat it up and be silly.
Yeah,
in a way.
So I try to do like a dinner with them. This year, I haven't been able to do it in the past because I just haven't had a venue to kind of take them, especially with COVID and stuff.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah, but interact with them, trying to get them outside of the school, and whether you take them bowling or we try to feed them. My wife is very great at that kind of stuff. Kind of whatever you can do to try to put yourself in a one-on-one situation. We'll do a bonfire. Invite them to the house, do a bonfire, just roast hot dogs and marshmallows, do s'mores.
Yeah.
Try to not do X's and O's. Try not to do football stuff.
Get away from it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not a position meeting. On the road, as it's been said. You don't want to talk about. You want to try to get to know them as individuals. We'll kind of script some stuff. What I mean by that is kind of have questions, and we'll kind of just get to know each other.
Yeah.
And for me, offensive line. I have probably the most kids in the whole team. So say you have 12 guys. So kind of allow time for all 12 guys to kind of speak if they want.
Okay.
Ask them questions, kind of get to know them. It might be stuff you already know.
Yeah.
But the other guys might not. And it's nothing too personal because most guys won't open up. But if guys want to open up about some personal stuff, let them. If they feel led to do that. And I open up about myself. I kind of keep it real with them. I've struggled with this. I like doing this. Keep it 100% because when you do that, they'll kind of reciprocate that.
No, definitely.
Yeah, so that's one of my biggest things is one coach he had an idea of doing what's called like write your own obituary.
Okay.
And kind of like how do you want to be remembered?
That's a good one.
And I really want to do that this year. I haven't done it in the past, but like sometimes they're like herein lies blankety blank, and he was just like, I don't need to do that. I just want like, what do you want when you graduate, or even at the end of the season, or when you graduate? What do you want people to say about you? Like when they see Timmy, like, oh yeah, he was a great player. He was a great teammate. He hit hard. He was strong. What do you want people to say about you? And then we need to work towards that.
There you go.
Instead of like having them write down their goals, because kids will be like, state championship. Like, yeah, everybody wants to win a state championship. Let's reel it in, like, what do you want to get better on? What do you want to focus on?
Yes.
What do you want to be remembered for? Like, do you want to be remembered for being a turd and never being on time? And like, then you don't want to do that. And then, okay, then what do we want to be remembered for? So that's something I'm going to be doing this year. Just since I'm at a new school. So in the past, I've known all my guys. Like I've had underclassmen for the last 3 years. So those kids have been with me. So I know those guys very well. So now I'm at a new school. And so I got to do all this learning again and developing these relationships because these are things that I'll be doing. Hopefully this is like a summer deal, or like maybe in the fall camp. Kind of get to know them. When
do you guys start camp? I mean, fall camp for you guys.
So fall camp I think it's like July 31st. It's right. It's weird. Usually it's August 1st, but this year it's like July 31st for us. That's fall camp. Yeah, because July 31st is a Monday, so that's our first day.
Oh, okay.
Our spring ball starts May 8th.
So
so we can do that. Do y'all get spring ball in California?
Yeah, we already started ours. We started ours this Monday.
Okay, cool.
We do Tuesday, Thursday, and then Monday it's more individuals. Okay. So this past Tuesday, we went to another opponent's team. We played a little 7-on-7, and we did like a full 9-on-9 or 11-on-11. Put our offense in defense, just see how they do and develop them. It's like, okay, we need to fix on this since we don't have that many guys, and it's just different looks. I think that's the biggest thing is just getting these kids in situations where they've never seen before.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I mean, they're going against guys that they probably won't be seeing ever again, but it's not their own guys.
No, and that's the thing. You'll get more realistic look than nothing towards our guys, but I'm just saying they work hard.
No doubt.
But no,
that's awesome.
I will be taking that and implementing that thing. I think that'd be a thing I want to implement this year for the kids.
So what position do you coach?
I coach outside backers.
Okay.
Outside. I have a middle backer coach, Noah Alvarez. He coaches middle, so we work together. It's a wonderful. And then my DC, he is our head. He helps me. He lets me chime in a little bit. Say, hey, what's going on here? He's really good. Like I have no problem. This coaching staff is wonderful. Like they let me come in and just be me.
Yeah. So what? So between you and coach doing inside and outside alignment, how many guys will you have?
Last year I would say last year I had 3 to 4 because we had one guy, he would play both in and out because we didn't have a lot of numbers. This year we have more numbers. I would say Outside, we have shoot 7, 8, and then middle he's probably like 5 or 6.
Okay.
So it's really good. And I think this year's the backers and are deeper. Then we just need to find some D line,
Yeah.
some offensive line.
Yeah.
Those are the ones we struggle with, but we got them. We just needed to develop them and get them into doing what we do.
No doubt. Yeah, that's a good number for having a group. You can do all those things and develop group camaraderie.
Yeah. It's just finding the balance. And last year we had a kid. I don't mean that. I'm not gonna say his name, but he would show up every day and want to get better. He was one of the guys that just being on top of people. I mean, I hate to put it this way, he would never play it down for us, but he got in some games or blowouts, but he worked hard.
Yeah.
And I told the kids, like, hey, this guy is bought in. He wants to work. And those are the kids you want to root for. Like, you want to up level them. Like, hey, he's out here doing it. He might not get to play it down after high school. He comes out here because he loves the camaraderie of the family and the brotherhood. And that's where I took last year. I was like, man, this kid is really wanting to do it. He's gotten stronger this year in the weight room. He's actually catching the ball. He's improving, but not at a like what we want him to. But he's improving as a player and as a person.
Yeah.
And he always just loves football. He's always in the chat. Hey, coach, what are we doing here? Like, always asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can affect someone that way, just a kid coming out that's not autistic or not the best person ever, if they want to be around the sport, that's where I look. I'm like, man, that makes put a toll on my heart last year. I'm like, man, this kid he comes out here and gets yelled at. And he's just like, okay, yes, coach, let's do it.
Yeah.
And then he gets better.
Yeah. If only a lot of guys had the same mentality.
Yes.
And
they don't realize he can't do like they do. They have the athlete. They're more of they don't have to do it hard, but this kid's doing extra work trying to get there just to get one glimpse of the field.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to tell people, like, man, you don't know how it is to go through tough life and you can't play or you can't read or you can't do something and you get taken away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I walked all my life. I don't know how it feels someone be in a wheelchair and can't walk.
Exactly.
That's what I try to tell my guys. Like, that's what I teach. Like, that's what I want to see. What do you enjoy what we have and take advantage of when you have it? Because you never know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's great stuff, Cody. I mean, you inspired me.
That's the thing, man. Just being around children and just helping them. I'm a walk-on coach. I'm not a teacher. I told people, they're like, why don't you be a teacher? I said, I couldn't do it. Yeah, I gave you guys props.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough some days. Yeah.
But no, I couldn't. I mean, I have my two wonderful my 9-year-old son and my 6-year-old daughter. She has type 1 diabetes. My son has ADHD, so I just love them, take care of them, give my nurse to them. Got a wonderful girlfriend, takes care of everything. So hey, I'm fine where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly. Living life, man.
Oh yeah, no, that's the biggest thing. I just tell people, just try to be better every day, and I'll leave it like as is, coach, because my phone's gonna die in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I got you. No problem.
Always try to push yourself. Don't try to compare yourself to anyone else. Try to compete with yourself, not anyone else. Because a lot of our kids try to, hey, that dude's at D1, he's at Bosco. Why is he getting offers? I'm like, let's work on ourselves.
Yeah.
Get better as men. If you put the work in, you can get offers. And that's the mentality a lot of kids don't understand is they're putting work in more than you are, but you can put the extra work in to get where you want to be. So I always tell my linebacker group, hey, what are we doing to improve it? Are we improving ourselves? Or are we improving someone on the other side of us is what they look like?
Mm-hmm.
And they always buy into that. So that's been one of my mottos this year is like, hey, improve yourself. We're working to improve ourselves, not who we going against. Yes, when we get into football season, we'll take care of business.
Yeah, exactly. That's great, man. That's a great attitude to have.
Yeah. But all right, brother. Hey, I really appreciate it. I know we were supposed to meet up in the future.
Yeah.
I know stuff happens sick and everything, but hey, like I said, what you're doing on YouTube and you're helping young coaches, I really appreciate it, coaches. It's helping. Like I learn stuff every day. Like I just go on there, hey, I'm learning.
Hey, we're trying, man. I mean, I love the testimony. I appreciate you telling me that. I mean, it makes it worth it. I appreciate that.
It really is. And like I said, let me know when you guys do any clinics. I'm always down to talk ball. Anyone's watching this, I'm Coach Eddings. I put my Twitter handle. If you guys ever want to talk ball, hit me up. I love talking ball. I'll try to respond to everyone.
Yeah.
When I have a chance, I don't have as many followers as everyone as Coach has. But no, Coach, I really appreciate it. You really do. You are doing an awesome job, and I wanted to recognize you for it because a lot of people don't. I mean, they do it just for the great cause, and you're doing a great thing here by helping young coaches understand it, and maybe some older guys. Oh, maybe put a little ruffle. Not saying they don't know it all.
Yeah.
Not trying to fit anyone, but
yeah.
But thank you, Coach. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Hey, we'll keep in touch.
Heck
I'm
yeah.
gonna get off. I'm gonna get off here and charge my phone.
All right.
And enjoy the family, man. If you know you need anything from me, hit me up.
No doubt. Likewise. Hey, Coach, be easy.
All right, man. You too. See ya.
Yeah, guys. So awesome time, guys. We're coming up on 4 hours. There's 2 guys still watching. I don't know who you are. Let me know who you are so we can kind of connect. I'm just a guy in North Carolina that loves football, and more importantly, I love impacting kids, and that's the number one mission we're here for, man. Because I take this serious. I take this serious. So if you're still in, holla at me. I might be wrapping it up if I don't get much more input. Yeah, I'm just chilling. My wife is hanging out with some of her friends. Oh, my head coach texted me. Let me see what he's up to. Yeah. But yeah, holla at me, guys. You're no reason to be watching and not interact, right? Hopefully you have subscribed to the YouTube. It's real easy. You just push the button. Yeah, it's real. It's not painful. But yeah, we're kind of just rolling along. We're at 625 subs. I love it. The goal is to 1,000 before the summer. And what I deem as summer, I don't know. I think in the school. So I think second week of June is what I deem as summer. So we got a little we got 400 to go. 400 it's 375 to go before we get there, but we'll make it. Y'all let me know because I ain't got nothing scripted right now. Y'all let me know what we're talking about. I'm here for y'all. Let's see. I know I'm streaming it on Twitter. Make sure you share us out, guys. Share us out. Like and sub. Y'all can't see him, but my dog is sitting over here on this couch, knocked out. He is he's hanging out. I don't know who's still listening, but I'm gonna talk about some things that I want to get better at this off season. What I've been trying to communication between coaches. Kind of it's kind of hard when you don't have your staff together 100%, but kind of learning what things that I want to get better at when I talk. I kind of lean on my wife for that. Like how do I talk, and what do I need to get better at being able to communicate what I want to do, and better my communication instead of like just giving general statements, being like very specific with what I want, what I need to get better at, what I want to know the defense is doing, or something like that, or when it comes to coaching my kids, getting specific with coaching points. That's really huge. Instead of saying like get low, like Okay, this ain't T-Pain, like, this ain't not T-Pain, Lil Jon. This ain't Lil Jon, like, get low. Like, figure out how to teach them how to get low. Like, oh, bend your knees. Stuff like that. Give them cue points. Instead of being like, fire off the ball, like, like explode. Give them key points to latch onto. I think there's a lot of value in that kind of stuff, right? So being able to do that. What are y'all looking to get better at? Let's talk about it. Maybe I might know a little about it, and we can talk about it. There's two guys on here. I don't know why there's two guys on here and they ain't commented. Let's see. But I think I'm probably going to wrap it up, guys. So 20 seconds until a 4-hour mark. I appreciate everybody that's come by, that's hung out, especially the guests. The guests have come in. Coach Yoder, Coach Eddings. I don't remember forgetting guys' names. Coach Weston. What's Coach's name? Coach Boone. Coach Boone came in from Mississippi. Appreciate all those guys for coming and hanging out. It was a great time. I really want to do more of these because I want to get to know you guys. So I'm kind of rambling now, so I'm just kind of wrap it up. I appreciate everybody. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share, and comment on the video. This will be up and it will be live. So I appreciate everybody. Much love. Coach Tatum's out.